What if everything you think you know about death is a lie, crafted by those who fear the truth? Ancient whispers linger on the wind, murmuring secrets that could shatter the very foundations of your beliefs. Underneath the surface of life, a tapestry of legends waits to ensnare the unsuspecting. Death isn't an end, it's a doorway, a shimmering veil that divides the living from an astonishing, bewildering existence that might just turn your world upside down. Ever heard of the land of the dead? It's not some cliched, smoke and mirrors fantasy conjured by modern minds. No. It's a universe pulsating with energy, where spirits dance beneath a twilight sky, and ancestors' laughter echoes like thunder. Picture this, a place where warriors reunite with their fallen comrades, where the bravest among them strut their stuff, flexing their glory in the afterlife's grand arena. No judgment, no pain, just a chance to rewrite their narratives. But wait, who holds the pen? Think you can handle the truth? The afterlife, according to Native American legends, isn't some fluffy cloud utopia. It's a battleground of souls, a cosmic chess game where few understand the rules. The stakes? Immortality, destiny, and the eternal clash of light and shadow. Your spirit becomes a pawn, a king, or maybe even a queen. But the game is rigged. By whom? The Shining Ones? The trickster? Or perhaps the very stars themselves, laughing from their celestial perches? Every tribe, every tale, layers this intricate mythology with its own flavor, like a heady brew crafted by a mad alchemist. Feast your mind on the idea that not all paths lead to the same destination. What if some souls wander, forever lost in the dark folds of existence, trapped in a limbo spun from their own fears? Imagine, hidden in the folds of these legends, a prophecy that could change everything, an encrypted message from the ancients, waiting for the right soul to decipher it. Who will step forward? Forget the sanitized narratives you've been fed. Here lies the truth, raw and unfiltered. The afterlife is a carnival of the bizarre, where spirits barter their memories like currency, and the wise old shaman holds the key to the other side, but only if you dare to ask. The shadows swirl around you, whispering mischievous truths that tickle your ribs and chill your spine. You think you know who the heroes are, but hold your breath. The real stories lie with those you've never considered, the outcasts, the cursed, the shunned, each with a lesson more potent than gold. Can you sense it? The urgency? The electric thrill of the unknown? This isn't just a book, it's a forbidden passage into the heart of Native American beliefs, a fire igniting questions you never knew existed. What if every choice you make now shapes not just your life but the legacy you leave behind? Brace yourself, this is only the beginning. The clock ticks, the shadows shift, and the mysteries of the afterlife are closer than you think. Welcome to a world on the brink of revelation, where every whisper invites you deeper into the unknown. Are you ready to confront your own mortality? Or will you retreat into the safety of ignorance? Choose wisely. The air crackled with anticipation, thick as the fog rolling in from the river. A choking silence hung between them, a silence pregnant with unspoken words and fraught with weight. I stood there, heart thundering, as the sun dipped behind the mountains, casting long shadows that whispered secrets of the past. The world felt impossibly fragile, like a cobweb spun in the night, shimmering yet ready to break at the slightest touch. The fire flickered, casting erratic shadows on the faces of the two who stood with me, Eli and Mara, each wrestling with their own demons, yet united in the tension that twisted around us like an invisible serpent. Eli had always worn his grief like a shroud, heavy and suffocating. The loss of his son hung around him, an anchor that pulled him deeper into despair. I could see it in his eyes, the kind of darkness that swallowed light, a void where laughter once echoed. He stared into the flames, lost in a memory that devoured him, and I felt the urge to reach out, to shake him awake, but I held back. What do you say to a man who sees shadows where there should be only warmth? In his heart, he carried the weight of countless stories, stories of ancestors who whispered wisdom through the rustling leaves, who danced with the fireflies under a canopy of stars that now felt impossibly distant. Then there was Mara, fierce yet vulnerable, her spirit a wildflower pushing through the cracks of concrete. She clutched a small pouch around her neck, filled with the ashes of her grandmother, a woman who had danced with the earth and the sky, who had painted the world with her laughter. But Mara was afraid. afraid of what lay beyond the thin veil of life, terrified that the bonds of love could be severed like a fragile thread. As the wind howled, it seemed to carry her heartbeat, a rhythm of hope and fear intertwined. "What if there's nothing?" she whispered, her voice a threadbare whisper, barely audible over the crackling of the fire. "What if it's just darkness?" I shivered, not from the chill in the air but from the weight of her words. They hung there, heavy like the clouds pregnant with rain. The afterlife, so many stories told, yet the truth remained elusive, floating like a feather caught in the wind. We, the living, clung to our beliefs the way a child clings to a blanket in the dark. I remember the tales they told, the spirit world woven into the fabric of existence, where the souls of ancestors roamed, guiding the living through dreams, through whispers in the rustling grass. The connection was sacred, revered. The balance between this world and the next teetered on a knife's edge, an intricate dance of life and death, joy and sorrow. Eli's breath hitched, a tremor of raw emotion flaring in his chest. "I remember," he said, voice thick with unshed tears, "the stories my father told, how the spirits of our ancestors walk among us. How we honor them with every breath we take." His gaze flickered toward the distant mountains, where the stars began to prick the sky, one by one, like 1,000 tiny watchers. "I want to believe he's out there, among them, laughing, running free." His words wrapped around me, a haunting melody of hope and despair. What did it mean to honor the dead? What did it mean to remember? A dance beneath the moonlight, a song sung softly into the night, the flickering flames illuminating the faces of those who had come before us. In that moment, I realized the beauty and cruelty intertwined in our existence, the joy of remembrance wrapped in the pain of loss, the laughter of ancestors mingling with the tears we shed for them. Mara closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks, glistening like the stars above. "I dreamt of her last night," she whispered, almost as if sharing a secret with the wind. "She was there, in the garden, surrounded by wildflowers. She told me to find the light, to let go of my fears, to trust that love transcends even death." Her voice quivered, but there was a fire within her, a smoldering strength that refused to be extinguished. "But the darkness creeps in, doesn't it? And I wonder, is she really there, or is it just my mind playing tricks?" I felt the pulse of her uncertainty, the fear that gnawed at her insides. The stories of spirit journeys, of the great beyond where the river of time flowed backward, where souls danced in the moonlight, felt distant now, as if the very essence of existence could slip through our fingers like grains of sand. Eli turned to her, the shadows playing tricks on his face, but in that moment, he was no longer just a grieving father, he became a bridge, a connection. "Do you think they watch us? Do you think they feel our pain?" His voice cracked, raw and unfiltered, reaching out to touch the very heart of the cosmos. And I felt it, the weight of their questions, the intertwining of grief and hope, the thrum of the universe echoing with our shared humanity. As the fire dimmed, the darkness closed in, but the stars above began to shimmer, as if answering back, carrying the weight of our fears and dreams. The night wrapped around us, an embrace that felt both comforting and chilling. In that moment, I learned that spirituality wasn't just a collection of beliefs or rituals, it was a living, breathing entity, filled with the echoes of laughter and sorrow, a winding path that led us through the unknown, a promise that we were never truly alone. But as the shadows deepened, so did the questions. Was there truly an afterlife? Did our loved ones linger on the edges, waiting? The tension between life and death, between what we knew and what we feared, hung heavy in the air, a melody that would not release its grip. We stood there, hearts pounding, swept up in the whirlwind of emotions, the uncertainty of existence swirling around us. The flames flickered, each crackle a reminder of life, of loss, of love. And as the night stretched on, I realized we were on the precipice of something profound, a truth that hovered just out of reach, waiting to be unearthed from the depths of our souls. The wind howled through the skeletal branches of the ancient oak, a gnarled giant standing sentinel over the small graveyard that seemed to sway in rhythm with its whispers. The air was thick with tension, as if time itself had been twisted into knots. I stood there, heart thumping like a war drum, staring at the newly turned earth, a grave freshly dug, its soil dark and damp against the pale, ghostly moonlight. The chill bit through my jacket, but it was the dread tightening around my throat that froze me in place. "Why did you bring us here?" Clara's voice broke through the silence, quivering as she clutched the hem of her coat. Her eyes were wide, reflecting the moon like two pools of fear. She stood next to me, her petite frame trembling as if she might be swept away by the storm brewing in her heart. "We shouldn't be here." I wanted to scream back, to shake her and make her understand the haunting pull of this place, the grave of my brother, a life extinguished too soon, leaving behind echoes that clawed at my soul. "You don't get it, Clara." This is where my voice faltered, the weight of unshed tears constricting my throat, but I pressed on. "This is where the living meet the dead. Where the earth remembers." The wind howled again, almost sarcastically, as if mocking my grief. I thought of the stories my grandmother used to tell, of the old ways, the ancient connections to the land, the roots that twisted deep into the soil where bodies rested. I remember, I whispered, how she said the earth was a bridge, a place where souls linger, where they can feel the warmth of the sun even in death. Clara shuddered, her eyes darting to the shadows that danced just beyond our reach. But what if the stories are wrong? What if it's just nothing? What if we're just gone? Her voice cracked, and I felt the despair seeping into my veins, chilling me more than the autumn air. I turned away, clenching my fists, digging my nails into my palms to keep the darkness at bay. "No, Clara. The earth speaks. It remembers us, each heartbeat, each breath." I could almost hear the echoes of the past, the whispers of those who had gone before, entwined with the rustling leaves. The trees were witnesses, standing tall against the ravages of time, cradling secrets in their bark. I only wish I could hold on to that truth. But as the branches creaked and the wind roared like a tempest unleashed, I felt the ground beneath my feet tremble with doubt. The truth was a slippery spectre, haunting the edges of my mind. I thought of Jacob, his laughter, the way the sunlight would chase the shadows from his face, igniting the world around him. Gone. Just like that, extinguished in the blink of an eye. And now, in this wretched place, I could feel him, a faint echo, like a flickering candle fighting against the darkness. I took a step closer to the grave, the earth soft and pliable underfoot. "He's here," I murmured, more to myself than to Clara. "I can feel him." "Can't you?" I crouched, brushing my fingers against the cold, damp earth, a desperate attempt to connect, to bridge the chasm of loss. "No," she said, taking a step back, dread etched across her features. "What if he's trapped? What if the earth holds him hostage?" Her fears wrapped around her like chains, and I felt the weight of her anguish pressing down on my heart. "No!" I erupted, anger flaring, igniting the pain I had buried beneath layers of memory. "He's not trapped. He's free. The trees, the soil, they sing his name. They remember his laughter and his love. They cradle his spirit." I felt the earth tremble beneath my fingertips, as if it were alive, responding to my pleas, desperate for acknowledgement. But Clara was already shaking her head, her breath coming in shallow gasps. "How can you be so sure? How can we trust nature? It's wild and untamed. It can't hold our beliefs, our hopes. It can't promise anything." Her voice rose, fierce yet fragile, a plea against the unknown. "Look!" I pointed into the darkness, the shadows swirling around us like phantoms. "Look at the stars. They pinprick the vastness, reminding us there is something beyond this life. Nature, the cosmos, it's all connected. Our lives are but whispers in the wind, but they echo through the ages." As if in response, a sudden gust swept through the graveyard, rustling the leaves and sending shivers down our spines. Clara gasped, her eyes wide with terror and awe. "What if it's trying to tell us something?" she breathed. The ground beneath us seemed to pulse, a living entity caught in the throes of existence, and I felt a surge of hope mingling with despair. "It doesn't matter," I said, my voice raw as I fought against the rising tide of grief. "What matters is how we carry them, how we remember. In every breeze, in every rustle of the leaves, in the sound of the rain, you can feel them. They're woven into the fabric of this world." And in that moment, I remembered my brother's smile, the way he would dance through the fields, arms wide open as if embracing the sky. I remembered the laughter, the warmth, the love that transcended the finality of death. I squeezed Clara's hand, willing her to feel the pulse of life still coursing through me, a testament to what was lost but never forgotten. "I can't let him fade into nothingness," I whispered, tears spilling down my cheeks, mixing with the rain that began to fall, each drop a reminder of the cycle of life, of the earth renewing and reclaiming. "And I won't let you forget, either." But as the rain poured down, drenching us, I felt the encroaching shadows and the weight of uncertainty closing in. The world spun, twisted into the darkness, and I realized that nature, raw and unfiltered, held both beauty and terror. It was a mirror reflecting our fears, our hopes, our desires, a cacophony of emotions entwined with the energies of the universe. In the distance, a distant owl hooted, a mournful note that carried sorrow, but also a promise. The earth breathed with us, a living testament to the love that endured beyond the veil of death. And as Clara and I stood together, clinging to the fragile thread of hope, the trees whispered secrets that felt both familiar and unsettling, weaving an invisible tapestry that bound us to the past, the present, and the shadows that awaited us beyond the grave. The air crackled with tension as she stood upon the edge of the precipice, her heart pounding like a prisoner against the bars of a cage. Below, darkness swirled like a hungry beast, whispering promises of oblivion. She could feel the weight of the universe pressing down on her shoulders, the pull of something ancient and treacherous. What if it all began here, she thought, a flicker of fear igniting her veins. This was not merely a moment, it was a reckoning, and in that breathless pause, the cosmos held its breath, waiting. I remember the night when the stars fell silent. I remember the cold that seeped into my bones, filling every crevice of my being with dread. There was something about the sky then, something electric, like the universe itself was trying to scream but had forgotten how. I could sense it in the marrow of my soul, the clash of creation and destruction, the eternal dance of life and death. And at the center of this maelstrom stood Myra, fierce and fragile, caught between what she wanted to be and what she feared she would become. Myra's brother, Jovan, staggered closer, eyes wild with desperation. He was haunted by his own ghosts, the kind that shadowed him in daylight yet came alive at night. "You don't have to do this," he shouted, his voice cracking like the very earth beneath them. He was a storm wrapped in flesh, a tempest of regret and fury, desperately trying to shield her from the abyss. "You don't know what's down there. It's not just darkness, it's a void. It's nothingness." But to Myra, nothingness was a siren song, a promise of release from the relentless cycle of existence that had her spinning like a top on the brink of breakage. In that moment, time unraveled. I remember the way the air seemed to shift, thick with unspoken words and shattered dreams. Memories flooded back, flickers of laughter, shadows of arguments, the tender brush of a hand that had once comforted her but now felt like a distant fantasy. The weight of their shared history wrapped around her like a shroud, heavy and suffocating. "I want to know," she whispered, almost to herself. "I want to understand why we're here, why we suffer." The cosmos, it seemed, was listening, holding its breath as if the answer teetered on the edge of oblivion. Jovan took a step forward, desperation etched in every line of his face. "You think finding answers will set you free? You think knowing why will ease the pain? You'll only find more questions, and those questions will swallow you whole." His words were rough-hewn, jagged edges cutting through the fog of her thoughts. She hated the truth in them, it clawed at her like a wild animal fighting for survival. Behind them, the echoes of the city pulsated, a living entity wrapped in shadows, its heartbeat steady despite the chaos of their confrontation. The streets held countless souls, each wrestling with their own demons, each dancing the macabre waltz of existence. It was a cruel irony, the vibrant life pulsing just beyond the cliff's edge, while here, they teetered on the brink of despair. I remember how the city lights flickered like dying stars, mocking her yearning for something greater. Myra's gaze drifted to the swirling abyss below, where the darkness seemed to breathe, an entity of its own, full of hunger and promise. She could almost hear the whispers of ancient creators, urging her to take the leap, to embrace the chaos that lay in waiting. Perhaps, she thought, in the void, there are truths buried beneath layers of uncertainty. A thrill raced through her, a reckless abandon that ignited a flicker of defiance within her heart. "The gods," she murmured, "they birthed us from nothing. They painted the skies with our dreams, and then they cast us into this madness. With every word, a tear traced a path down her cheek, a testament to the pain of being alive. She felt the weight of existence pressing against her, a cosmic joke she was desperate to understand. Yovan, torn between saving her and losing her, clenched his fists, as if he could physically grasp the threads of fate and unravel them. "Stop," he cried, his voice sharp, slicing through the fog of her thoughts. "Stop chasing after ghosts. They don't care about you. They don't care about us." But the ghosts had become her companions, flickering shadows that danced just beyond her reach, inviting her to join their revelry. In that moment, the world around them faded, leaving only the two of them, bound by blood and yet divided by belief. I remember the way the stars began to flicker again, tiny pinpricks of light piercing the darkness, as though they were bearing witness to their struggle. The universe was alive, and in that moment, it felt like it was on the brink of revelation. The air thrummed with potential, a cosmic heartbeat echoing their own. I felt the weight of the cosmos, its vastness pressing against my chest, as if it too stood at the precipice, waiting for a decision. Myra turned to Yovan, the conflict within her roiling like a tempest. "What if I'm meant to find out? What if this is my purpose?" The words hung heavily between them, saturated with fear and longing. She was a warrior caught in a battle she didn't fully understand, torn between the chains of familial love and the freedom of self-discovery. And for Yovan, what was left but the fear of losing her to a darkness that had already claimed so many? "Then let me go with you," he pleaded, an ember of hope igniting in the depths of his despair. "If you must face the void, let me stand beside you." The weight of his offer bore down on her, a lifeline in a sea of uncertainty. Together, they could confront the creation myths that had long dictated their lives, unraveling the threads of existence and weaving something new. But the void called to her, a sweet seduction that promised understanding beyond the veil of life and death, a knowledge that could shatter them or bind them forever. As she looked into Yovan's eyes, searching for answers, she realized there were no easy ones. The cosmos was a riddle wrapped in layers of heartache and hope, and they stood at the precipice of something infinitely greater and infinitely darker than themselves. With a slow breath, she took a step back, her heart trembling between the two worlds, life and nothingness, joy and despair. The echoes of the cosmic dance swirled around them as the city continued to breathe, a singular entity alive with possibility, holding them in the embrace of uncertainty. And in that moment, everything hung in the balance, teetering on the edge of creation and destruction, waiting for the next heartbeat that would plunge them deeper into destiny. The wind howled through the hollow trees, a mournful keening that carried the weight of lost souls. I stood at the edge of the clearing, heart racing, each pulse echoing the dread that hung in the air like a thick fog. The moon cast an eerie glow, illuminating the jagged silhouettes of the forest, whispering secrets of the past. This was sacred ground, hallowed by grief, by hope, by the unyielding search for meaning beyond the veil of existence. I remember the crack in the air before the storm, terrifying, electric. It was the moment before the truth unspooled, revealing the fragility of everything I believed. That night, when the shadows grew long and the stars flickered uncertainly, I was torn between two lives, the life I had, and the life I had not yet lived. Samuel, my brother, stood beside me, his brow furrowed, eyes filled with questions that had no answers. "What do we do now?" His voice trembled on the edge of desperation, the words a razor's edge against the hopelessness that swirled around us. I wanted to reassure him, to tell him that the Great Spirit would guide us, that there was a purpose wrapped in the chaos. But the truth was that I felt just as lost. The night deepened, and with it, the air grew heavy with the scent of damp earth and decay. I could feel it, the weight of ages pressing down, a reminder of every spirit that had wandered this path, seeking solace, seeking peace. Each breath tasted of sorrow, a bitter reminder of our own mortality. I glanced at Samuel, remembering the laughter we once shared, the dreams of adventure that felt so distant now. And then there was Elara, her presence a shimmering ghost in the dim light. She stood slightly apart, her gaze fixed on the shadows that danced just beyond our reach. "The Great Spirit is angry," she murmured, as if the words were drawn from the depths of her own spirit. "We've angered the unseen." Her hair whipped in the wind, a manet of dark curls that seemed to absorb the moonlight, giving her an ethereal quality. I could see it in her eyes, the flicker of fear, the haunting memories of her own losses. I could feel the tension rising, a crackling charge in the air. "No!" I shouted, emotion bursting forth like a flood. "We can't let fear dictate our path." My own heart pounded an angry rhythm, fueled by the anguish I carried. The Great Spirit, a figure woven into the very fabric of our existence, was not a monster to be feared but a guide to be revered. Yet, doubt clawed at my insides. What if Ilara was right? What if we were mere shadows of what we could have been, trapped in a cycle of despair? I recalled the tales our mother had spun at bedtime, stories of warriors who faced their fates with honor, who embraced the unknown with open arms. But here we were, trembling, shackled by our uncertainty. The whispers grew louder, swirling around us like wraiths, taunting our fears. "Samuel, do you hear that?" I asked, my voice a fragile thread against the chaos. He nodded, eyes wide, skin pale. "It sounds like a heartbeat." A heartbeat that echoed through the trees, reverberating in the very marrow of our bones, a pulse of the universe itself. I felt it too, a thrum of life, of death, of everything in between. The Great Spirit, the central figure in the tapestry of afterlife concepts, loomed before us, a spectre formed from our shared fears and hopes. I could almost see it, a shimmering presence that flickered like an old film reel, memories overlapping, bleeding into one another. I pictured it as a great oak tree, roots tangled deep in the earth, branches stretching into the cosmos, connecting us all, binding our fates in an intricate web of existence. Ilara stepped closer, her voice low and melodic, weaving through the tension. "What if the Great Spirit is waiting for us to understand?" Her eyes glimmered like stars on the cusp of dawn. "What if it's about forgiveness? For ourselves, for those we've lost?" In that moment, everything slowed, the world shrinking to the three of us, standing on the precipice of something monumental. I felt my heart crack open, spilling forth years of regret, of things unsaid, of love unreturned. "I remember," I whispered, the words tumbling out like a cascade of memories. "I remember the day we lost Mother. The heaviness in my chest that felt like a stone. I remember wishing I could take it all back." Samuel took a deep breath, his shoulders sagging under the weight of shared grief. "And I remember how we promised to keep her spirit alive, to honor her legacy." His voice cracked, the memory surging through him with a fierce intensity. "But how can we honor her if we're trapped in fear?" The shadows danced closer, a swirling mass of uncertainty, yet amid the chaos, there was clarity. "We must face the darkness," I urged, the words burning in my throat, igniting a flicker of hope. "We must confront the Great Spirit, whatever it may be." The air crackled as if the universe held its breath, waiting for us to make our choice. I could feel the presence of the Great Spirit swirling around us, its essence woven into the fabric of our being, urging us to take that step forward. Ilara reached out, her hand brushing against mine, a spark of connection igniting between us. It felt like a promise, a commitment to seek the truth, no matter how terrifying it would be. As we stepped closer to the heart of the clearing, a deep, resonant voice echoed through the trees, a voice that felt ancient, filled with the wisdom of the ages. "You seek me, children of the earth? Come forth and embrace your destiny." It was a challenge, an invitation wrapped in uncertainty, and I could feel my spirit thrumming with anticipation. But beneath that pulse, beneath the fear and the yearning, lingered the shadows of our past, memories that had shaped us, that would either anchor us or set us free. Each heartbeat, each breath, became a part of the unfolding story, a tapestry woven with love, loss, and the relentless pursuit of understanding. And as we inhaled the night, ready to confront the Great Spirit, I could feel the world shift beneath us, an unbroken circle, a journey that would never truly end, where the echoes of our choices would ripple through eternity, binding us all in a dance between the light and the dark. The moon hung low, a silver eye watching the land, as if the spirits were restless tonight. The air was thick with tension, every heartbeat quickening in anticipation. In the heart of the village, embers glowed like the fading remnants of forgotten lives. Lena stood frozen, a taut string poised to snap, feeling a whirlwind of emotion stirring within her, a tempest threatening to spill over. She could hear the whispers of her ancestors swirling around her, their stories echoing in the chill of the night, wrapping around her like a shroud. "I remember," she breathed, the words catching in her throat. "I remember when Grandma told me tales of the earth, of the skies, of the battles fought long before my time. Of how we are the sum of those who came before us, of how blood ties us to the very roots of this land." Across the flickering firelight, her brother, Jonah, paced like a trapped animal. His hands, usually steady, shook with an energy that felt almost violent. He clutched a small pouch, the leather worn and frayed, filled with sacred herbs, remnants of their lineage. "They're waiting, Lena." "They're watching," he said, voice low but urgent, each syllable a plea, a curse, a cry for understanding. "And what have we become?" The shadows flickered and danced, morphing into faces, ancestors from a time before time. Lena could see them, the determination etched into their features, the pain of loss reflected in their depthless eyes. "You must honor us," they seemed to whisper. "You must remember." Jonah's breath was ragged. The weight of expectation bore down on him. "We can't keep living in the past," he snapped, his voice rising. "Every time we cling to these stories, we shackle ourselves to them. I don't want to be a ghost in my own life." The fire crackled, sharp like the tension between them. Lena felt the ground beneath her shift, as if the ancestors themselves were rising, restless spirits longing for recognition. "But Jonah," she implored, "what are we without them? We are made of their dreams, their sacrifices. When they call, we must respond." "Respond?" he scoffed, bitterness lacing his words. "What if their dreams are nightmares? What if they led us to this? To poverty, to oppression, to a land where we are strangers?" Each word sliced through Lena, raw and jagged. The weight of their history pressed against her chest like a boulder, and yet, something in her resisted. "I remember the stories of survival, Jonah. Even when the world turned its back on us, they fought. They lived." Just then, in the dense silence, a howl echoed through the night, chilling, primal. Lena felt the hairs on the back of her neck rise. "Do you hear that?" she whispered, her voice trembling, heart racing. Jonah's face paled, the anger draining like a sunset. "The coyotes," he said, voice barely above a whisper. "They come for the lost." In that moment, the weight of the ancestors filled the air, thick and suffocating. Lena could feel them pressing down, urging her, demanding she acknowledge their presence, their stories woven into her very being, like the roots of ancient trees intertwining beneath the earth. "We are the lost, Jonah. We are the ones who must carry their memories. What happens if we don't?" The fire sputtered, casting long shadows as if to say the answer was hidden in the dark, cloaked in the mysteries of the night. Jonah clenched the pouch tighter, desperation seeping through his fingers. "But at what cost? I want to forge my own path. I want to be free." "Freedom comes with understanding," Lena shot back, her heart pounding, the intensity of the moment thickening the air around them. "Without our ancestors, we are but echoes, faint and fleeting." Tears prickled her eyes, and she fought them back. "I remember their laughter. I remember their struggles. They are not chains, they are wings, Jonah. We need them to soar." In that instant, the night grew still. The wind held its breath, and for a fleeting moment, Lena thought she could hear them, a chorus of voices, soothing yet fierce, rising like smoke into the cosmos. "Remember us. Honor us. We are with you." But Jonah, caught in the whirlwind of his own turmoil, turned away. The shadows enveloped him, swallowing his defiance. "I can't," he murmured, anguish twisting his expression. "I can't carry the weight of their ghosts." An invisible thread pulled at Lena's heart. She took a step toward him, feeling the crackling energy of the air between them. "And what about your own?" she whispered, trembling. "What about your story?" The tension thickened, wrapping around them like a vice. The shadows seemed to lean in closer, as if eavesdropping on their struggle. Jonah's breath hitched, and she saw it then, the conflict raging behind his fierce exterior, the desire to break free clashing with his unyielding love for their lineage. His face softened, the lines of anger fading as realization dawned. "What if I forget?" he asked, vulnerability spilling from his lips, the storm of his grief laid bare. "What if I don't know how to remember?" Lena's heart shattered for him. "Then we remember together," she promised, reaching out to grasp his hand. "We hold their stories in our hearts. We breathe life into their memories, and we become them, not as shadows, but as flames. Together." The fire flickered violently, a sudden gust of wind sending sparks spiraling into the night, a chorus of voices erupting into a roar that echoed through the valley. In that breathless moment, the boundary between life and the world beyond blurred. They stood on the precipice of understanding, the weight of history pressing down, yet lifting them higher, pulling them closer to the truth that had always been there, waiting, watching, just like the ancestors. As they stood hand in hand, the night alive around them, whispers filled the air, and Lena knew this was only the beginning. The importance of their ancestors loomed like a vast, eternal sky, stars twinkling with stories untold, beckoning them to listen, to remember, to honor the past as they forged their own future. In the heart of the village, the embers glowed brighter, as if to light the way toward an uncharted destiny. The ancestors were never far, always near, always watching, always waiting to be remembered. The night whispered secrets, shadows weaving through the tangled trees like ghosts, each rustle a reminder of the fragile line between life and death. I stood there, heart pounding, breath hitching as flames flickered in the distance, casting a warm glow that felt eerily inviting, yet foreboding. Around me, the scent of smoke and burning sage filled the air, memory swirling like the embers, vivid and haunting. I was not just an observer, I was ensnared in the web of this moment, an unwitting participant in the sacred dance of the soul. I remember the boy, Liko, his wide eyes reflecting the flames, teetering on the edge of innocence and loss. He had been laughing just moments ago, the sound ringing like chimes in the crisp night air, but now, as the drums pulsed in the background, that laughter felt like a distant echo trapped in a time that had long since faded. Liko clutched a small wooden talisman in his hand, a gift from his grandmother, who believed in the stars and the stories they told. "It's my soul's compass," he had said, a grin spilling across his face, innocence alive and electric. But tonight, the compass was trembling, and he was lost. And then there was Mara, caught in the vortex of her own demons, the weight of her grief pressing down like a heavy cloak. I could see her beneath the flickering firelight, her face shadowed with the ghosts of the past, the unrelenting ache of her mother's absence wrapping around her like an unyielding fog. She had come to the edge of the forest seeking answers, seeking peace, but instead she found chaos swirling, a maelstrom of shadows and memories. I can still hear her voice, raw and jagged, as she cried out for her mother, her words slicing through the air like arrows searching for a target. "Why did you leave me?" she screamed, the question hanging like a noose in the air, taut and oppressive. The night deepened, every heartbeat drumming a heavy rhythm in my chest as the elders began to chant, their voices weaving an ancient tapestry, each word a thread binding us to the earth and the sky, the living and the departed. I could feel the energy around me shift, the air thickening with unsaid things, as if the very fabric of reality was unraveling, exposing the raw, pulsing essence of our souls. The fire crackled, casting grotesque shadows that danced along the trees, and I felt something deep within me stir, a primal urge, an undeniable call to confront the specters of my own past. "Liko!" I shouted, the name tearing from my throat, desperation clawing at my insides. He turned, wide-eyed, uncertainty flickering across his face. I could see the questions in his eyes, the fear of the unknown, and a deep-seated longing for connection. "Stay close," I implored, but even as I spoke, I could feel the chasm widen, the distance between us growing, a gaping more threatening to swallow us whole. Mara stepped forward, her gaze locked onto the fire, the dance of flames igniting something within her. "It's a portal," she murmured, voice barely above a whisper, yet it cut through the tension like a knife. "A way to communicate, to reach them." She stepped back, her body trembling as she fought against the tides of emotion rising within her. "I have to know," she breathed, the determination in her voice battling against the fear clawing at her insides. The elders continued their incantations, the rhythm of their voices rising and falling like the tide, and I could feel the air crackle with energy, a storm brewing just beneath the surface. I glanced at Liko, who had tightened his grip on his talisman, his knuckles white against the wood, and I felt a surge of protectiveness. You don't have to do this, I said, though I wasn't sure if I was speaking to him or to Mara. We can walk away. We don't have to engage with the spirits. But Mara's eyes burned with a fierce yearning, a hunger for answers that had driven her to this very moment. No, she said, voice steady now, the tremors fading as the firelight caught the determination etched into her features. I've waited long enough. I need to know if she's still watching. If she's still here. The fire flared, an angry burst of flames licking the air as if responding to her words, and a chill settled deep in my bones. The whispers grew louder, a cacophony of voices swirling through the darkness, calling out in a language older than time. I felt a shiver run down my spine, an undeniable sense of the impending confrontation, the clash of our desires against the tangible, merciless reality of the unknown. Do you hear that? Liko gasped, his voice a fragile thread in the tempest, eyes darting around, filled with the wide-eyed wonder of a child on the brink of a revelation yet drenched in fear. We stood at the precipice, the edge of our own souls laid bare, ready to collide with the echoes of those who had come before us. And then everything shifted. The world spun, time faltering as the flames surged higher, their glow casting eerie shadows that morphed and twisted, becoming figures etched from memory. I felt the air grow thick, the weight of the universe pressing down, as if the cosmos itself had bent to witness our moment of reckoning. Why are you here? I whispered, not to Mara or Liko, but to the night, to the very essence of our souls and the journey they had yet to take. I could hear it, the heartbeat of 1,000 lives, the pulse of the cosmos resonating through the space, a reminder that we are all connected, woven together in the tapestry of existence. But this wasn't the end. No, it was merely the beginning, a haunting echo of what was to come, a haunting that would intertwine our fates and lead us deeper into the abyss of our own souls, where every dark thought, every flicker of light would collide in a symphony of chaos and clarity. We were on the brink, standing at the edge of the unknown, and whatever lay ahead would pull us into its embrace, remaking us in ways we could neither foresee nor resist. The fire continued its relentless dance, shadows flickering, swirling, weaving the threads of our stories into a tapestry that would echo for eternity. And as the flames rose, so too did our hearts, beating wildly against the encroaching darkness, each pulse a battle cry, a plea for understanding, a quiet promise to forge ahead, no matter the cost. The wind howled like a banshee through the desolate forest, each gust a chilling reminder that night was falling faster than a heart can race. Shadows lengthened, and in that moment, as the moon clawed its way through the clouds, I felt the earth tremble beneath me, and not from the shifting soil, but from the weight of unsaid words, unprocessed grief, and unending questions. I was standing at the threshold, where the living met the dead, where the seen brushed uncomfortably against the unseen. Anna was there, her breath coming out in ragged gasps, eyes wide with a mix of terror and hope. She clutched a small token, a weathered feather tied around her wrist. It was a gift from her grandmother, once a shaman, a woman who had slipped through the veil between worlds and returned, bearing a wisdom that danced at the edge of understanding. Do you think she'll come back? Anna whispered, her voice quivering as if it could shatter the fragile silence cloaking us. I wanted to tell her everything would be all right, but deep down, I felt the echo of doubt. What if the afterlife was not a place of peace but a labyrinth of despair? I remembered the stories, the tales woven with both fear and reverence, where the shaman would walk the tightrope between life and death, collecting souls like moths to a flame, guiding them through a darkened expanse filled with memories and lost dreams. Beside Anna stood Elijah, casting furtive glances at the encroaching shadows. He carried his own burden, a heart heavy with guilt, a past that clawed at his neck like a noose. If she can come back, he muttered, then why can't I? His voice trembled, a raw edge laced with desperation. I could see the flicker of anguish in his eyes, a man haunted by choices made, paths taken that had led him to this moment of reckoning. The air thickened with the unsaid, a dense fog of grief swirling around us, and I felt the world shrink, compressing into a singularity of anticipation. The trees whispered secrets, their skeletal branches silhouetted against the silver light, and the ground beneath us pulsed with the heartbeat of the universe. A shaman once told me that when the veil is thin, one can converse with the spirits, that the dead often linger in the air like smoke, and I could almost taste the bitterness of that truth now. Anna took a step forward, driven by a fierce longing, daring the shadows to reveal answers. "Can you hear them?" she called out, her voice cutting through the silence, a line drawn in the sand. "Grandma! If you're here, give me a sign." The plea hung in the air, heavy as a stone, laden with all the moments she wished she could have back, the laughter, the stories, the warmth of a hand held tightly in hers. I could see Elijah wince at her words, the rawness of her grief making his own sorrow bleed anew. It was as if the air itself was charged, crackling with the desperate hope of the living and the poignant stillness of the absent. Then came the sound, a soft whisper, like the rustle of leaves in the stillness before dawn. "Anna," it was barely a breath, but it wrapped around us, a ghostly caress that sent chills spiraling through my spine. "Did you hear that?" Her eye sparkled with both fear and wonder, but Elijah's expression fell, a mask of disbelief cementing his features. "It's just the wind," he said, but even as he spoke, a flicker of doubt shadowed his face. The shamanic tales burned in my mind, how the winds could carry messages, how the spirits could walk among us. "What if she is trying to guide you?" I murmured, not fully understanding the words myself, but feeling the pull of something ancient, something sacred in the air. The forest around us felt alive, the ground pulsing beneath our feet, and with each heartbeat, the tension mounted. I closed my eyes, trying to tune into the rhythm of the world, the pulse of life and death intertwined. "What if?" I began, fear wrapping around my throat like a vice. "What if death isn't the end, but a beginning, a transformation? What if she's waiting for you to let go, to accept her?" Anna's face twisted with anguish, a cyclone of emotion swirling within her. "But I don't want to lose her. I don't want to say goodbye." Her voice cracked, and with it, the fragile threads of connection to the ethereal. I thought of how the shaman would dance in the moonlight, letting go of the physical to embrace the unseen, how she would tremble in fear yet leap into the unknown with a fierce grace that left others breathless. Elijah stepped forward, a reluctant soldier on a battlefield of emotion. "Anna, if you want to feel her again, you have to trust. You have to believe she's not gone, that she's still watching over you, guiding you." His words hung in the air, raw and unrefined, bursting with the weight of his own regrets. I didn't believe in any of this until I lost my brother. And now I can't escape the shadows. The words cut through the night, and for a fleeting moment, I saw the essence of a man fractured by loss, haunted by specters that danced just out of reach. Anna's heart mirrored his, both of them tethered to their pasts, grieving in different ways yet drawn together by the gravity of sorrow. They clung to each other, a fragile lifeline in their shared despair, and I felt the connection vibrating between us, a thread woven with pain, hope, and the indelible mark of loss. I opened my eyes again, scanning the treetops, the sky stretching infinitely above. "What if, instead of goodbye, we say until we meet again?" I whispered, the words slipping from my lips as if they had always been there, waiting for the perfect moment. What if this is a reminder that life is fleeting, that every heartbeat matters as much as every breath we take? Then, in that suspended moment, the world shifted, the veil between the realms trembling with the weight of longing and connection. The wind rose, swirling around us, carrying with it the scent of earth and rain, laced with the promise of something more. I could feel the present swirling in the air, brushing against my skin, urging us to embrace the darkness, to step into the chaos of emotion. And so we stood, three souls intertwined amidst the shadows, caught between heartbreak and hope, between loss and the unbreakable thread of love that transcends even death. In the depths of that forest, beneath the watchful gaze of the moon, we were not merely three individuals, we were a constellation of stories, a tapestry woven from the threads of our existence, an eternal dance that held within it the very essence of life itself. As the winds howled like mournful spirits, I felt the boundary of the moment stretch, ready to stretch into infinity. We were on the precipice, hearts pounding, eyes filled with unspoken words, ready to confront the specters of our pasts while reaching for the hands of those who had slipped away, an endless loop of emotion, binding us together in a reverberating echo of life, loss, and the unyielding hope of reunion. I remember the night the shadows whispered my name. It was a cacophony of voices, each thread woven with the desperate fabric of my memories. The clock ticked, an ancient rhythm echoing through the stillness, each second a reminder that time was running out. I stood in the doorway, breath caught in my throat, heart pounding like a war drum. The air was thick with something unspeakable, a tension, a dread. And then I saw her, my sister, Lily, trembling in the corner, eyes wide with terror, as if the very walls were closing in. "Lily!" I whispered, but the sound barely escaped my lips, swallowed by the oppressive weight of the night. She was lost, ensnared in a web of dreams that clawed at her sanity, pulling her deeper into a darkness she couldn't escape. Her nights were plagued by visions, glistening specters, shimmering in a surreal dance, their laughter a haunting echo. They called to her, beckoned her toward an afterlife that seemed as real as the floor beneath my feet. "Do you see them?" she asked, her voice trembling like a fragile leaf caught in a storm. I could see the shadows flickering in her gaze, the fear pooling like ink in her soul. I wanted to reach out, to pull her back from the brink, but how could I when I couldn't even comprehend what she was experiencing? Lily had always been the strong one, the anchor in a world that threatened to sweep me away. But these dreams, they were a tempest, a relentless tide dragging her under. I remember the first time she told me about them. It was a balmy summer night, the stars winked overhead like mischievous spirits. She laughed as she recounted her dreams, a soft smile playing on her lips. But as the weeks passed, that laughter turned brittle, cracking under the weight of the unknown. I remember the feeling," she said, her voice dropping to a whisper. It's like I'm slipping away. I can't hold on to the real world anymore." Something shifted inside me, a deep, gnawing fear. I closed my eyes, recalling my own dreams, fragments of the afterlife stitched together with threads of my imagination. I saw my father, lost in a fog, reaching for me. "You can't leave," he'd said, a desperate plea wrapped in the shroud of death. But I was rooted here, anchored by grief, my heart a heavy stone. "Lily, you have to fight it. You have to come back to us." I pleaded, but she was already drifting, her essence slipping through my fingers like grains of sand. The shadows teased her, coaxing her with promises of eternity, of a peace that eluded her in waking life. And then there was Marcus, my childhood friend, a boy who had always danced in the edges of my dreams. He was a whirlwind, full of life and laughter, but darkness hung over him like a storm cloud. He spoke of dreams as though they were living beings, creatures that could lead you into the unknown. "You have to let them in," he said one night, his eyes gleaming with something I couldn't quite decipher, something dangerous. "They'll show you the truth." Truth or madness? I shot back, feeling the chill of his words seep into my bones. But he merely smiled, a fleeting shadow flickering across his face. I could see it then, a desire to reach beyond, to grasp at the ethereal threads that bound us to the afterlife. Lily and Marcus, intertwined in a world I could hardly fathom, while I stood outside, watching helplessly. I remember the funeral. The air was thick with despair, a palpable weight that pressed down on us all. Lily had stood beside me, tears streaming down her face as we laid our father to rest. "Do you think he's watching us?" she had asked, her voice trembling. I didn't know how to respond. "Maybe," I said, but the word felt hollow, like an echo in an empty room. My heart ached as I watched her retreat further into herself, chased by the dreams that were beginning to consume her. Time slipped away, an unrelenting tide, but every night the dreams returned, clawing at her, whispering secrets I couldn't decipher. I could hear her soft cries in the silence, the way she called for me, reaching through the veil of sleep. I remember, the repetition became a mantra, a litany of despair that echoed in the corners of my mind. And then came the night when it all unraveled. The clock struck 3, a ghostly toll in the stillness, and I found Lily standing by the window, her silhouette framed by the pale moonlight. She was staring into the abyss, her eyes vacant, as if she were already lost to the world. "Lily!" I cried, the urgency clawing at my throat. "Don't go." But she turned to me, a serene smile gracing her lips, a look of understanding that sent a chill racing down my spine. "I have to know," she whispered, and in that moment, I saw it, the truth she sought, shimmering like a mirage just out of reach. What could I say? What could I do to pull her back from the brink? The shadows danced around her, entwining her in their dark embrace. I stepped toward her, but the air crackled with tension, electrifying, as if the very fabric of reality threatened to tear apart. And then it happened. Marcus appeared, standing in the doorway, a ghost in his own right. "Lily," he breathed, his voice low and smooth, like silk slipping through fingers. "Come with me. They're waiting." I felt a surge of panic, visceral and raw. "No!" I shouted, a primal scream piercing the fabric of the night. But they were already entwined, two souls dancing at the precipice of something unfathomable. The world around me faded, shadows consuming light, dreams blurring the line between reality and the afterlife. In that moment, I understood the truth of dreaming, the way it shapes the very essence of belief, of what lies beyond. The fear, the longing, the desperate need to grasp at something greater than ourselves, it all converged in that haunting moment, a symphony of chaos and beauty. And as I stood there, a witness to Lily slipping into a realm of dreams where I could not follow, I felt the clock ticking down, each second a reminder of the fragility of existence. Time was unraveling, and I was left clinging to the fading echoes of her laughter, the whispers of what could have been. The shadows beckoned, and I was left standing at the threshold, heart pounding, breath stilled, an endless loop of despair, longing, and the haunting question, what lies beyond? The wind howled through the skeletal trees, their gnarled branches clawing at the sky like the fingers of the damned. I stood there, heart pounding, breath shallow, listening to the whispers of the lost, a symphony of despair echoing off the ancient stones that surrounded me. This was more than just a place, it was a chasm of sorrow, a threshold between the living and the dead. In the distance, the glow of the fire flickered like a heartbeat, the only warmth in this unforgiving night. I remember the moment vividly, the night my brother, Luca, vanished into the shadows. The very air was heavy with anticipation, as if the world held its breath, waiting for the inevitable. He had been chasing something, maybe a glimpse of the elusive spirit that haunted our village or the promise of a life beyond this one, a life whispered about in hushed tones by the elders. I wanted to run after him, but something held me back. Fear? Or was it the knowledge that once you crossed into the underworld, returning was seldom an option? Luca was always the brave one, the dreamer who believed in the myths. What if the afterlife is just a mirror, he would say, his eyes sparkling with wild ambition. I, on the other hand, was the tether to reality, the one who kept my feet firmly planted on the ground, terrified of what lay beyond the veil. Yet here I was, standing at the precipice, the weight of our mother's tears pressing down on my shoulders, stifling my breath. She had told me of the shadows that awaited, of the spirits that roamed, hungry for the warmth of the living. "Do you think I will find him?" I whispered into the night, hoping the winds would carry my plea. Silence answered me, thick and suffocating. Somewhere, far away, a clock chimed, each echo a cruel reminder of time slipping away. I couldn't let it claim him. Then there was Asha, a woman haunted by her own demons, her past a tangled web of grief and longing. Her brother had been lost to the same abyss years ago, swallowed whole by the very myths that enraptured Luca. She stood next to me, her face pale as moonlight, eyes glistening with unshed tears. "They say the underworld is just a reflection of our greatest fears," she murmured, her voice trembling. "What if that's what draws them in? The promise of something beyond this life." But the truth was, I felt it too, the pull, the siren song of the unknown. It was intoxicating and terrifying, like standing on the edge of a cliff, staring into the depths below. I could almost hear the voices of the departed, each whisper a promise of understanding, of closure. But at what cost? The night thickened around us, shadows lengthening, the firelight dancing eerily against the encroaching darkness. Suddenly, a rustle, a break in the stillness. My heart raced as I turned, half expecting to see Luca emerging from the shadows, a wild grin on his face, ready to share the wonders of the afterlife. But instead, it was only darkness, and the air grew colder, as if the world itself was mourning. I remember Asha grabbing my arm, her fingers tight like a vice, her breath quickening. "We need to go," she urged, fear etching itself into her features. But I couldn't move. I was rooted in place, a statue of desperation, searching for something in the darkness. What if he's down there? What if he needs us? "You'll lose yourself too," she cried, desperation flooding her voice. "You don't know what waits in the underworld. It's not a place for the living." But it was too late. I could already hear the echoes of laughter rising from the depths, a haunting melody that chipped away at my resolve. The memories of our childhood flooded back, Luca's infectious laughter as we sprinted through the fields, his dreams painted across the canvas of the night sky. I wouldn't abandon him. Not again. I took a step forward, the ground uneven beneath my feet, and with each step, the whispers grew louder, more insistent. I could almost see them, the ghosts of the Forsaken, their faces obscured, but their eyes, those hollow, yearning eyes, bore into my soul. Time twisted and warped, minutes stretched into an eternity as I felt Asha's grip loosen, her presence fading like a distant memory. "Luca! I'm coming!" I screamed, my voice swallowed by the very darkness I sought to breach. The shadows danced around me, alive and watchful, as if they held secrets I dared not uncover. I was losing myself, slipping through the cracks of reality as my heart raced in a rhythm that echoed the pulse of the earth. "Don't!" Asha's voice barely reached me, fraying at the edges. "You're walking into the void." But the void was calling, a deep abyss that promised answers wrapped in anguish, the kind of knowledge that could shatter and rebuild. It was intoxicating, a siren song luring me deeper. I could feel the lifeblood of the night coursing through me, the universe collapsing into a singular moment, fear, hope, despair, all mingling as I stepped into the unknown. It was as if time stopped. One heartbeat, then another, drumming against the silence, measuring the cost of what lay ahead. I was teetering on the edge of oblivion, my heart a drum echoing against the vastness, but still I moved forward, compelled by a force beyond reason, drawn to the darkness that promised both solace and destruction. "Luca. I remember." The words fell from my lips like a prayer, a desperate plea to the universe, to the shadows that danced closer, thicker, as if to embrace me in their cold grasp. And in that moment, I realized, the underworld wasn't just a destination, it was a state of being, an eternal conflict of loss and yearning, a place where hope and despair coexisted in an unholy union. As the darkness enveloped me, I could still feel Asha's presence, a flicker of light fighting against the encroaching shadows. "I will find you, Luca," I vowed, though I wasn't sure who I was promising. The world I knew slipped away, and I surrendered to the pull, into a realm where love and fear intertwined, where every heartbeat echoed the question that haunted us all: what lies beyond? The wind howled like a wailing spirit, its icy fingers clawing through the darkness, carrying whispers from the past. Beneath a shroud of stars, the fire crackled fiercely, yet the flames flickered uncertainly as if they too felt the weight of grief. Here, in the heart of the plains, two figures sat side by side, their faces shadowed, eyes glimmering with unshed tears and unspoken fears. I remember the night he left. The stars seemed to pulse, mocking our pain. Thomas, my brother, lay still, a wisp of life fading like smoke from the fire. I pressed my hand against his forehead, warm yet slipping into the cold embrace of the unknown. I didn't want to let go. I wanted to pull him back from that precipice, to wrap him in the stories of our ancestors, to remind him of the afterlife that awaited, where the buffalo roam and the spirits dance, but the words would not come. Instead, I sat in silence, the echo of his shallow breaths breaking my heart. Beside me, Kira clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms, as if she could hold the universe together with sheer will. She had lost her father not a moon ago, a warrior taken too soon. The grief etched into her face felt like a storm brewing, a tempest of sorrow poised to erupt. "What if he doesn't find the path, Eli?" she whispered, her voice a trembling leaf caught in a gale. "What if he can't cross the river?" I wanted to tell her about the great journey of the Lakota and Cheyenne, a journey where the dead are not lost but transformed, becoming part of the eternal circle of life. "The spirits guide them," I began, but my voice broke as I thought of Thomas, his laughter now haunting me like a ghost. "They find their way." But in that breath, the doubt gnawed at my gut. What if the stories crumbled under the weight of reality? What if the afterlife was just a mirage, as fleeting as the flickering firelight? Kira stared into the flames, her eyes reflecting the orange glow, and I saw the weight of her heart, heavy, so heavy. She needed more than words, she needed proof, something tangible. "Where do you think he is right now?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper, a question that hung between us like the unbroken silence of the night. Maybe he's running with the buffalo, I offered, but even as the words left my mouth, I felt their fragility. I could see the vast plains in my mind, the endless horizon fading into the night, the spirits of our ancestors galloping together, fierce and free. But doubt loomed like a shadow, creeping in, filling the spaces between us. The wind howled again, sending a chill through the air, and Kira shivered. What if he's lost? Her eyes glistened with tears, and I wanted to reach for her, to comfort her, to tell her we wouldn't let the darkness consume us. I remember a story, I began, trying to conjure the strength of our people's beliefs, about the Wiyukta, the guides who lead the souls to the afterlife. They light the path with the stars. The flames danced as if in agreement, casting flickering shadows that painted our fears on the ground. Kira's gaze turned fierce. And if the stars fade, she shot back, desperate. What if the river is too wide? What if? Her words hung in the air, a heavy fog that choked the hope out of my chest. I wanted to scream, to shake her and tell her she was wrong. Because in that moment, I felt the weight of her despair pressing down on me, and it was suffocating. I could almost hear the echoes of our ancestors whispering through the night, "Believe, believe, believe," but doubt drummed a relentless rhythm in my mind. I remembered our grandfathers' tales of the afterlife, of the sacred mountain and the endless fields of sweet grass, where love and laughter mingled with the wind. I wanted to believe that Thomas was out there, running wild and free. But could I make that belief real for Kira? For myself? And then a sound shattered the night, a soft weeping, a mourning that pierced through the darkness, wrapping around us like a shroud. My heart raced, echoing in my ears. Was it just the wind playing tricks, or was something darker lurking, waiting to consume us? Did you hear that? Kira's voice trembled as she turned her gaze to the shadows beyond the firelight. I did, I whispered, my throat dry. I could feel the chill creeping into my bones, a premonition of something grand and terrible. Maybe it's the Wiyukta, she suggested, voice low and trembling. They come to guide him. To take him home. My breath caught in my throat. Or maybe it's a sign, I countered, fear curling around my heart like a vice. A warning. As we sat there, the fire crackled and the shadows danced, the line between belief and despair blurred, fading into the night. The world felt too vast, too intertwined with the unknown, each heartbeat a drumbeat of uncertainty. I sensed the spirits swirling around us, watching, waiting. I wished for the comfort of certainty, for the warmth of belief, but all I felt was the cold, creeping dread. Eli, Kira's voice cut through the shadows, a lifeline of hope wrapped in desperation. You must believe. For him. For us. I wanted to tell her that belief felt like a fragile thread, easily severed by the harsh realities of life and death. But I also wanted to hold on to it, to weave it into something beautiful, something that would bind us together, even in our darkest moments. As the night stretched on, I realized we stood on the precipice, a chasm of fear, grief, and longing, poised to either leap or fall. And so we sat there, the wind howling its mournful song around us, two souls intertwined in a dance of hope and despair, searching for a path that shimmered just out of reach. The fire crackled fiercely, illuminating our shadows as we clung to each other, each heartbeat echoing through the void, each breath a prayer in the silence, wondering if we could ever truly understand the vastness of the afterlife, or if it was another story, one that left us endlessly yearning, lost between worlds. A howl pierced the night, sharp and ravenous, echoing through the darkened woods like a cry from the depths of the earth. The forest, a tapestry of gnarled trees and thick underbrush, held its breath. I was there, crouched in the shadows, heart pounding against my ribs like a war drum, the weight of lost souls pressing down, thickening the air with anticipation. Nights like this held secrets, whispers of those who walked between worlds, and I could almost taste the bitter ash of their stories on my tongue. Kalina, my sister, knelt beside me, her fingers trembling, tracing the pattern of pine needles beneath her, as if they could lead her to answers buried deep. Do you hear them? She whispered, fear lacing her voice, weaving through the silence like smoke from a sacred fire. They're calling us. I could see it in her eyes, the haunting glow of memories, of laughter lost and grief that never truly leaves the heart. But there was something else, something more primal, lurking just beneath the surface of her skin. I remembered when we danced in the moonlight, when our laughter echoed through the trees, unbound and free. But the wild joy of those nights had been eclipsed by shadows, the shadows of those we loved who had slipped away into the abyss, leaving us with an ache that gnawed at our spirits. I could feel it now, that gnawing hunger for understanding, for connection, for closure. Sometimes, the afterlife felt closer than the living world, like a fog that hung just out of reach, too thick to see through, yet teeming with the presence of those we lost. Then there was Enoch, our brother, a fierce spirit caught in a tempest of his own making. His eyes glinted in the darkness, ablaze with defiance, his fists clenched like stones. "We can't keep living like this," he growled, voice low and rumbling like distant thunder. He was a warrior, willing to face the spirits and demand answers, to challenge the very fabric of the cosmos that tore our family apart. Yet, behind that bravado lay a fear that twisted in his gut, a fear that made him feel small and fragile against the vastness of the stars. "I want to know what happens to us. To them." Kalina's gaze flickered between us, a candle wavering in a storm. "What if they don't want us to know?" she said, her voice barely a whisper, laced with the weight of her unease. "What if the answers are worse than the questions?" Her breath caught in her throat, and I could sense the tremors of her doubt. There was a darkness that danced behind her eyes, the fear of what lay beyond, a chasm swarming with shadows, ghosts in the twilight, caught in endless cycles between life and death. The wind howled again, a mournful cry, and in that instant, I felt the world shift. Time stretched and coiled like smoke, wrapping around us, pulling us into its depths. I remembered the stories told around flickering fires, the tales of our ancestors who walked with the spirits and knew the delicate balance of existence. The Iroquois believed the afterlife was a continuation, a place where the weight of the living fell away like autumn leaves, while the Algonquin spoke of a vast expanse, a cosmos where spirits roamed free, unbound by the chains of mortality. But what if the truth lay somewhere in between? What if the afterlife was not the paradise we dreamed of but a haunting ground filled with echoes of unfinished lives? I could feel the tension, like static electricity, crackling in the air as we stood on the precipice of revelation, hearts racing, breaths shallow. "Let's go," Enoch demanded, breaking the fragile silence, his voice fierce and trembling. "Let's find them. Let's confront whatever lies beyond." His bravado was a mask, a fragile facade he constructed to hide the turmoil roiling underneath. I could see it in the way the moonlight caught the edges of his jaw, the way his hand shook ever so slightly. He was willing to gamble everything for the sake of understanding, for the chance to grasp what had been ripped away from us. Kalina hesitated, the shadows of doubt draping around her like a shroud. "And if they're angry? If they don't want to be remembered?" Her voice trembled, a fragile whisper that echoed my own fears. "What if they've forgotten us?" The thought clawed at my insides, a raw wound that refused to heal. It was a fear that gripped me tightly, a chilling possibility that sent shivers racing down my spine. But the woods, dark and resonant, offered no answers, only a heavy silence that pressed in on us like a coffin lid. I could feel my heart racing, a wild symphony of emotions that coursed through me, hope, dread, and an insatiable longing to reach out and touch the faces of the departed, to hear their voices one last time. The forest seemed to breathe, alive with the weight of the moment, laden with the stories of those who had come before. The trees whispered secrets, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers, beckoning us to step deeper into the unknown. I closed my eyes, allowing the sensations to wash over me, to blend with the heartbeat of the earth. The air grew thick with memories, the essence of those we lost weaving into the night, pulling us closer to the edge of understanding. Together, I breathed, feeling the weight of their spirits, of our shared grief, of our shared love. We confront this together. And as we stepped into the shadows, the very fabric of the universe shimmered around us, the veil between life and death growing thin, so thin we could almost reach through to the other side. Each heartbeat echoed in our ears, a promise, a prayer, and the wild, unyielding desire to know, to feel the pulse of the afterlife, to embrace the spirits of our past. But in that darkness, we found not just fear but the haunting beauty of connection, the realization that we were never truly alone. The shadows danced around us, swirling with memories, and as we ventured deeper into the unknown, I could feel my heart pounding with the intensity of 1,000 lifetimes, each breath a testament to the lives we lived, the love we carried, and the stories that would never end. A shriek pierces the stillness of twilight. Somewhere in the canyons, the shadows stretch, twist into grotesque shapes, and breathe. I stand on the precipice of uncertainty, my heart pounding like a war drum, each beat echoing against the walls of my chest, straining against the silence. The sun sinks lower, bleeding crimson into the vast sky, staining the earth as if it knows the stories below, the struggles that bind the living and the spectral. I remember my grandmother's voice, a whisper woven with the winds that dance through the mesas, a warning, a lullaby. The world is a tapestry, my child. Threads of the past intertwine with the present. When night falls, the veil thins. I close my eyes, and I can feel the weight of her words pressing against me, each syllable heavy and profound. Her laughter still lingers, but her absence claws at my heart like the talons of a raven, relentless, urgent. Hannah, my sister, stands beside me, her breath trembling as she gazes into the abyss. They say the dead speak in dreams, she murmurs, her voice barely a whisper, fragile as the flickering flame of a candle. She's always been the skeptic, but tonight, doubt dances in her eyes, the same eyes that shimmer with the innocence of youth. They glisten too with fear, reflecting the encroaching darkness, shadows whispering of what lies ahead. I wish I could reach out, take her hand, pull her back into the light, but the air thickens with tension, the ghosts of our ancestors weaving tales of warning, of hope, of longing. I remember the stories, the fierce warriors of the Navajo, spirits that roam the canyons, watching over the living. I remember the Hopi, their songs rising like offerings into the night sky, pleading for guidance, for understanding. The sun dips lower, leaving us in a twilight haze where dreams and reality collide. The ancestors linger, their breath a gentle caress, an unending echo. But the echoes grow louder, frantic, and I can feel their urgency seeping into the marrow of my bones. A sudden wind sweeps through the canyon, a chilling gust that sends shivers racing down my spine. It carries the scent of sage, sweet yet bitter, a reminder of the rituals of life and death intertwined. I turn to Hannah, and her eyes widen, reflecting the starlight that spills from the heavens like tears. What if they're watching us? She asks, fear lacing her voice. What if they want something from us? My chest tightens, squeezing my breath into an uneasy stillness. They only want to be remembered, to guide us, I say, but even I am unsure. The tension pulses between us like a taut string, vibrating with each heartbeat, each fleeting moment. I want to believe in the comfort of connection, the cyclical dance of existence, but what if the ancestors are not benevolent? What if they are lost, angry, trapped in a world that no longer holds them? Hannah's fingers twitch as if reaching for something unseen, something that may save her, us. But I know, the ghosts do not always bring solace, sometimes, they arrive with shadows, with regrets that gnaw at your soul until nothing is left but echoes of what could have been. My own heart aches with the burden of unspoken words, of dreams left unfulfilled. The ground trembles beneath us, a low hum that vibrates through the earth, and I remember the stories of the Hopi, the fear of the Kachinas, spirits that come to collect the souls of those who have wandered too far from the path. Hannah, I urge, trying to ground us in reality, we need to go home. Now. But she stands frozen, transfixed by the darkness that looms ahead, a swirling vortex of secrets and fears. What if it's too late? Her voice trembles, and I see the ghost of our mother reflected in her eyes, the same deep wells of longing and grief. I feel the weight of her absence in the silence that stretches between us. We lost her to the whispers of the night, to the pull of the unseen, and now the shadows threaten to claim Hannah too. A crack splits the air, like thunder rumbling in the depths of the canyon. The ground shifts beneath us, and I grab Hannah's hand, pulling her back from the precipice of despair. The pulse of the earth synchronizes with our racing hearts, each beat a reminder of the fragile line between life and death, the panorama of existence playing out before us. I can feel the rush of memories, the faces of our loved ones, swirling like the dust in the wind. Each one a reminder, a plea to remember. Let's go, I whisper, my voice a fragile thread that binds us together like the strands of a dream. We stumble backward, our steps echoing against the stones, the weight of our ancestors heavy on our shoulders, the air thick with the unspoken. The night thickens around us, a cloak of uncertainty that wraps its tendrils around our hearts. The stars blinked down, witnesses to our plight, their ancient light casting shadows that dance like phantoms in the dark. I remember the stories of the afterlife, the Hopi's peaceful journey through the fourth world, the Navajo's sacred path beyond the stars. They linger, symbols of hope woven into the fabric of existence, yet their whispers are tainted with warnings. They remind us, the journey is never truly over. I pull Hannah closer, feeling her heartbeat synchronize with mine, a rhythm of fear and determination. We face the darkness together, our souls intertwined, bound by the threads of memory and the weight of our lineage. The ghosts may beckon, may whisper of what lies beyond, but we are still here, grounded in the present, fueled by the fire of survival. As the last rays of sunlight vanish, we take a breath, a collective gasp that resonates through the canyons, and step forward into the night, our footsteps mingling with the chorus of those who came before us. The weight of the past clings to us, a shadow we cannot escape, but with each step, we forge our own path through the unknown, toward the lingering echoes of life and love, the promise of remembrance. The fog rolled in thick, like a whispered promise, wrapping the towering pines of the Pacific Northwest in a shroud of mystery. It clung to the cool air, curling around the branches, and muffling sounds until all that remained was the rhythmic pulse of the earth beneath my feet. I remember the chill biting into my skin, each breath heavy with the scent of damp earth and decay. "Where are you?" The voice broke through the stillness, raw and desperate. It was my brother, Elijah, standing at the edge of the forest, eyes wide as if he could pierce the veil between the living and the dead. He was searching for someone, the kind of loss that lingers in the air like an uninvited guest at a funeral. "I remember," I whispered, but the words felt frail against the weight of the trees, looming like ancient sentinels. My heart tightened as memories came flooding back, our laughter echoing in this very spot, our dreams woven into the fabric of the wilderness. But now, grief sat heavy on his shoulders, a cloak of shadows he could not shake. Elijah had lost more than just a person, he had lost a tether to a world where laughter still danced in the sunlight. And in his search for closure, he had become a ghost himself, lost in the liminal space between what was and what could never be again. "Do you think she's here?" he asked, fear flickering in his gaze. "In the trees?" I watched as his fingers trembled, brushing against the bark, as if searching for a sign, a whisper from the past. The forest was alive, but with what? Memories? Spirits? Or just the haunting echoes of the lives woven into its roots? "I remember," I began again, but the words slipped through my fingers like smoke. The land itself seemed to sigh, shifting beneath our feet, a reminder of the interconnectedness that bound us to the earth and to those we had lost. Then came the shadows. They crawled along the edges of my vision, twisting and curling like dark tendrils reaching for the light. I felt them wrap around me, squeezing tight, and a chill raced down my spine. They carried the weight of ancestral voices, whispers of the Coast Salish and Tlingit, who spoke of the afterlife, a place where the living and the dead entwined like branches in the wind, where the souls of the departed roamed free among their loved ones. "What if they're trapped?" Elijah's voice broke through again, laced with terror. "What if they can't find their way?" I shivered, my breath hitching in my throat. The weight of his question hung heavily in the air. The stories I had heard of the afterlife echoed in my memory, of a world filled with light and shadows, where the spirits of the ancestors guided the lost, where the river of time flowed backward and forward, intertwining lives like the roots beneath the forest floor. "Maybe they're waiting for us," I murmured, my voice trembling with the weight of possibility. "Maybe they're just on the other side, watching." I could see him grappling with the thought, torn between hope and despair, and it broke my heart. His eyes were mirrors reflecting the vastness of his grief, and I felt the ground shift beneath me, the ancient pulse of the earth echoing in time with my own racing heartbeat. "I don't want to forget," he whispered, the confession tearing through the silence like a knife. "I don't want her to be lost." And in that moment, I understood. In our fear of forgetting, we were caging the very memories that gave our lives meaning. We were the ghosts, clinging to the shadows, afraid to move forward. But just then, a flicker of movement caught my eye, a flash of something white, glimmering among the trees. My heart raced. "Elijah," I breathed, pointing into the depths of the forest. "Look!" The shadows shifted, parting momentarily to reveal a figure draped in ethereal light. A woman stood there, her hair cascading like a waterfall of silver, her gaze piercing the very fabric of my soul. It was our mother, and in her eyes, I could see the weight of love and loss, the stories of our ancestors etched into her very being. "Elijah, she's here," I whispered, tears blurring my vision. He stepped forward, the fear morphing into a desperate hope. But before he could reach out, she turned, fading back into the mist, leaving us gasping in her wake. "Mom," he cried, the raw anguish in his voice tearing through the forest. I felt the world close in around me, the walls of our grief tightening like a noose. "She's gone, Elijah," I said, my voice trembling, the truth cutting deep. "But not really. She's always here." The air crackled with tension, a fierce longing mixing with despair. I could see him waver, caught in the storm of emotions, and I reached out, taking his hand in mine. I remember, I chanted softly, the mantra weaving through the air like a spell. "She is part of us. We carry her. We have to remember," he repeated, his voice steadier now, grounding us amid the chaos. "We have to tell her story." And as we stood there, the fog swirling around us, I felt the ancient pulse of the land, alive with the cries of our ancestors, echoing through the forest, reminding us that in remembering, we never truly lose those we love. The shadows would always beckon, but so too would the light, intertwining our lives with the stories that made us whole. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of fire and ash, I realized the journey would never end. We would walk these woods, navigate the shadows of our past, and carry the weight of memory into tomorrow. And somewhere, just beyond the veil, our loved ones would always be waiting, watching, guiding, loving us still. The candle flickered in the dim light, casting long shadows that danced like lost souls on the stone walls. Sarah's heart thundered in her chest, a primal drum echoing a fear that twisted her stomach into knots. Ghosts of the past clung to her like the heavy scent of incense, each breath a reminder of the ritual about to unfold. She glanced at her brother, Ethan, his face pale and etched with a mix of resolve and terror. He had always been the braver one, but tonight, even he felt the weight of the world pressing down, choking the air from his lungs. "I can't believe we're actually doing this," he whispered, his voice barely above a tremor, the kind that ripples through the body when staring into the abyss. "What if it doesn't work? What if it does?" Sarah replied, her voice a fierce whisper, igniting a flicker of hope in the darkness. She remembered the stories their grandmother used to tell, tales of souls lost and found, of rituals performed under the watchful gaze of the stars. But those stories were just words woven into the fabric of their childhood, mere threads holding together a tapestry of fear and fascination. Now, they felt impossibly real, looming like a specter behind them. Ethan's fingers danced nervously over the small dagger resting on the altar, a family heirloom, sharp with history. Each nick in the blade felt like a heartbeat, a pulse of lives lived and lost, and the realization hit him hard: this was no ordinary night. This was a reckoning. As they began the chant, the air thickened around them, a tangible force that wriggled under their skin, whispering secrets long forgotten. I remember, Sarah's voice cracked, taking them both back to their childhood bedroom, where shadows stretched across the floor like fingers reaching for warmth. I remember the stories, the warnings. Ethan's eyes locked onto hers, as if searching for an anchor in a storm. "Do you think they're watching us?" he asked, the doubt gnawing at him, teeth sinking into the fragile fabric of his courage. "Who?" she shot back, a challenge and a plea entwined in her tone. "The ones who are gone? Or the ones who never left?" The words hung heavy, a chilling echo in the stillness. The room felt alive, as if it breathed with the weight of their questions, their fears intertwining with the shadows. Sarah closed her eyes, summoning the memories, their mother's laughter, their father's warm embrace, the way life felt so full of promise, so vibrant. "Maybe they're waiting," she breathed, the thought both terrifying and beautiful. "Maybe they're hoping we'll remember them." The candle sputtered, a brief flicker that sent shards of light dancing across the walls, revealing fragments of images, a child's drawing, a forgotten toy, remnants of what once was. For a moment, she felt it, a wave of warmth, like the sun breaking through clouds after a storm, a flicker of connection that transcended time. But the warmth faded, replaced by a coldness that seeped into her bones. The chanting grew louder, a crescendo rising like a tide, echoing through the hall. I remember, it became a mantra, laced with desperation, each repetition drumming against their hearts. Ethan squeezed her hand, the grip fierce, grounding. "We're not alone, right?" In that question lay the essence of their fears, the mirror reflecting their deepest insecurities. Loneliness clung to them like a shroud, a reminder of the void left by those who had crossed over. "No," she whispered, "we have each other." As the ritual reached its peak, pain erupted in her chest, a sharp, biting awareness of everything they stood to lose. What if they called forth the wrong spirits? What if the darkness responded instead? The thought twisted her stomach, and she fought against the swell of panic rising in her throat. But in that chaos, she also felt a flicker of something else, a resilience, a thread of defiance woven into her very being. The shadows began to shift, swirling around them like a tempest, and the air crackled with an electric energy that made the hairs on her arms stand at attention. The walls whispered forgotten words, lost languages, and the very fabric of reality felt like it was stretching, straining against the unseen forces at play. I remember, the chant morphed into a roar, a symphony of longing, of grief, of love. It was a call to arms against the encroaching darkness, a desperate plea to the universe to recognize their pain, to honor their memories. And then, silence. An eerie stillness enveloped them like a fog, heavy and suffocating. The shadows receded, and for a moment, they felt suspended in time, a breath held in the throats of the cosmos. The weight of the world rested on their shoulders, two souls standing on the precipice of despair and hope. "Is it over?" Ethan's voice trembled, a whisper lost against the silence. "Maybe it's just beginning," Sarah replied, her heart racing, a wild stallion galloping toward an uncertain horizon. The thought sent chills dancing down her spine, an unsettling thrill mingling with fear. But then, as if summoned by their words, a figure emerged from the shadows, a flicker of light, a ghost of memory. It hovered on the edge of their vision, an echo of the past, eyes filled with sorrow and warmth. Sarah felt her breath catch in her throat, a knife twisting in her chest. "Mom." The word escaped her lips, trembling, filled with longing. In that moment, all doubts faded, replaced by an ache so profound it threatened to swallow her whole. The room pulsed with life and death, hope and despair, a collision of worlds. Shadows danced in the corners, memories twisted into a macabre waltz, and as she reached out, the line between the living and the dead blurred, a haunting reminder of the rituals that bind them all. Time stretched, the clock ticking like a heartbeat, each second laden with potential, with loss, with love. And as they stood there, caught in that liminal space, they realized that the journey was far from over. The ritual was not an end but a beginning, a thread woven into the tapestry of existence, a beacon in the dark. With their connection forged anew, they stood together, two souls against the backdrop of eternity, ready to face whatever awaited them on the other side. And as the shadows whispered their secrets, the hearts of the living and the dead beat as one, echoing through the night, forever entwined in the dance of life and afterlife. The air was thick with a silence that felt heavy enough to choke. I stood in the dim, flickering light of the old chapel, the smell of damp stone wrapping around me like a shroud. The altar loomed before me, a spectacle of dust and shadows, holding the weight of countless prayers, and yet, it felt infinitely empty. My heart raced, each thud echoing through my bones, reminding me that I was still alive, that I was still here, in this haunted space where the boundary between the living and the dead blurred like the flickering candles casting ghostly figures on the walls. I glanced at Elena, her face pale, eyes wide, haunted. "They say the relics can guide them," she whispered, her voice trembling, barely louder than a breath, almost lost in the heavy silence. The silver locket around her neck gleamed ominously, a memento from her grandmother, said to hold the essence of generations past. It felt wrong, like a promise that could not be kept, a bond that could not be severed. "I can't do this," I said, my voice cracking, fear gnawing at me like a ravenous beast. The air shimmered with memories, the weight of loss pressing down on us as if the chapel itself mourned lost souls. I could almost hear their whispers, begging us to remember, to hold on to something, anything, that could offer solace in this chaotic world. The room felt alive, vibrating with the echoes of unresolved fates. "Remember what you told me," Elena said, her eyes searching mine, pleading. "You said the objects have power. They connect us to the afterlife, to those we've lost." Her gaze flickered to the ornate box on the altar, carved wood swirling with intricate designs, each curve a story, each line a sigh of the past. It called to us with a siren's song, promising answers and peace, yet it felt like a trap, a snare waiting to ensnare the unwary. I struggled to remember the tales my grandmother used to tell, the ones that filled my heart with dread and wonder. I remember the stories of sacred relics, a bone from a saint, a tuft of a loved one's hair, or a single tear collected in a glass vial. These objects linked the living to the dead, binding souls together across the chasm of mortality. But what if, I hesitated, the words slipping through my fingers like grains of sand? What if they don't want to be found? Elena's breath hitched. What if they need us? She countered, her voice a fragile thread woven with desperation. Her fingers tightened around the locket, knuckles white, a stark contrast against her dark hair. She was searching for something in this darkness, something I couldn't quite grasp. A sliver of hope? Or was it just madness, creeping in like shadows at twilight? Outside, a storm brewed, the wind howling a mournful tune that rattled the stained glass windows. I knew it was just a storm, but it felt like a warning. I could feel the tension in my chest, a tightness that signaled the beginning of something. The thought of opening that box filled me with dread. It was a Pandora's box. What would happen if we unleashed the past? Would it come roaring back, clawing at our sanity? Elena stepped forward, her resolve hardening. "We have to do this. For them." Her voice cracked, but there was a fire behind her words, a desperate longing that shone through the fear. I felt the heat of her determination burning against my own uncertainty. But as she reached for the box, something primal surged within me, a chill that raced down my spine like icy fingers. "Wait!" I cried, but it was too late. Her fingers brushed against the smooth surface, and in that instant, the air shifted. Shadows deepened. A cold gust swept through the chapel, extinguishing the flickering candles. Darkness enveloped us, wrapping around our throats like a noose. I could almost hear the whispers again, but this time they were sharper, filled with pain and longing, a chorus of souls yearning for release. And then I saw it. A figure materialized in the corner of the chapel, half-formed yet undeniably present, a ghostly silhouette that seemed to shimmer with the remnants of a life once lived. My heart seized, a primal fear gripping me. I wanted to run, to flee this cursed place, but I was frozen, caught between the past and the present, between life and the inevitable void. "Elena!" I gasped, my voice barely a whisper, thick with terror and disbelief. "What have we done?" The ghost flickered, its eyes hollow, reflecting the torment of centuries. It was a reminder of the fragile nature of the objects we sought to reclaim, tokens of love, of grief, of despair. Once sacred, now turned into instruments of our own anguish. The weight of that realization crashed over me like a wave, pulling me under, suffocating. "Let it in," a voice echoed behind me, familiar yet foreign, filled with regret. I turned, and there stood my father, his gaze piercing through the dark, a man I thought had long departed from this realm. "Remember me," he urged, his voice both comforting and terrifying. "Remember what I gave you." I wanted to scream, to push him back into the shadows where he belonged, but my soul ached for connection. The locket around Elena's neck pulsed, a heartbeat echoing through the silence, reminding me of all that was lost, all that was aching to be found. I remembered the stories of sacred objects, how they tied us to the ones we loved. How they could be both a blessing and a curse. And as I stood there, suspended in time, I felt the weight of countless choices pressing down on me. Would we dare to touch the past? Would we risk the wrath of lost souls, yearning for peace in a world that had forgotten them? Elena looked at me, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, caught between the fear of the unknown and the desperate need for closure. "We have to do this," she repeated, her voice stronger now, echoing through the night. The tension coiled tighter, the storm outside raging, but inside, we were caught in a moment that felt infinite. The relics on the altar shimmered with a luminescence that beckoned us closer, whispering secrets of the afterlife, daring us to confront our deepest fears. And so, the darkness deepened, our hearts pounding in sync with the storm, as we reached for the unknown. The sacred objects awaited us, their significance echoing through the corridors of time, binding us to the past and to each other, an unbreakable thread woven through the fabric of existence. The wind howled through the jagged remnants of what had once been a bustling town square, now painted in shadows, the ghosts of laughter and life echoing against the crumbling stone. I stood there, heart racing, gasping at the eerie quiet that enveloped me like a shroud. The air was thick with something unnameable, a weight pressing down on my chest as if the very universe was holding its breath. I felt the pulse of time around me, dark and relentless, a clock ticking backward. I remembered the faces, flawed, beautiful, lost. Myra, with her wild, untamed hair that danced in the wind like a tempest, her laughter now silenced, a distant memory. She was alive once, vibrant as spring, but now she felt like a specter, haunting my thoughts. She had always chased life with reckless abandon, but it was in the deepest shadows that she found herself shattered, a fragile butterfly crushed beneath the weight of existence. There was Marcus, too, a man carved from the stone of his own despair. I could see him standing there, gaze turned inward, wrestling with demons that whispered venomous truths to him in the dark. He wrapped himself in the scars of his past, a tapestry woven from loss and regret. I remember the way he would hold his breath at night, as if inhaling the despair that clung to him. There was so much he wanted to say, but the words were trapped in his throat, a prison that choked him. And there was me, tethered to them both, clinging to the fraying threads of our intertwined lives. I was the observer, the translator of pain into something that could almost resemble art. Yet, each brushstroke of my existence felt like a mockery in the face of their suffering. I remember the nights we spent howling at the stars, drowning our fears in cheap wine and dreams that danced just out of reach. But tonight, the darkness was alive with the specters of what ifs and maybes. The moon hung low, a ghostly eye casting an eerie glow that illuminated our desperation. It felt like the last breath before a storm, a moment suspended, pregnant with possibility yet laced with dread. I could taste the anticipation, sharp and metallic on my tongue. "Do you believe in rebirth?" I asked, voice trembling, barely rising above the wind's wailing. The question hung in the air, fragile and heavy. I could see the flicker of uncertainty in Marcus's eyes, a tempest brewing beneath his calm facade. Myra turned her gaze to the horizon, as if seeking answers in the twilight. "I remember believing," she whispered, her voice a haunting melody that echoed through the empty square. "Believing that life offers second chances, that the broken could be mended. But belief felt like an illusion, slipping through our fingers like sand. Each grain a moment lost, a shadow cast in the aftermath of choices made." I watched the sun dip below the horizon, its fiery hue bleeding into the night, each pulse of color reminiscent of the lives we had lived, the cycles that bound us. The world was a carousel of moments, spinning wildly, and we were mere riders clinging to the fading memories of laughter and joy. How easy it was to lose oneself in the chaos, to forget the beauty that existed even in the destruction. I wanted to scream, to shake Marcus until he felt the vibrancy of life crackling beneath his skin. "Feel something." I wanted to shout, but my voice caught in my throat, a ghost of its own. Then it happened, a sharp crack, a sound resembling the shattering of dreams, and suddenly we were plunged into chaos. Shadows morphed into figures, haunting reminders of our past, each one twisted into grotesque caricatures of what we once were. "Run!" Myra screamed, her wild eyes ablaze with fear. We sprinted through the darkness, hearts pounding, the echoes of our footsteps a frantic rhythm against the night. I could feel the world collapsing around me, the weight of our choices crashing like waves against the jagged rocks of reality. I remember the taste of fear, salty and bitter on my lips, mingling with the adrenaline that surged through my veins. In that frenzied moment, I caught a glimpse of Marcus, his face twisted in anguish, a mask of anguish that tore at my heart. "This is it," he shouted, desperation clawing at his voice. "We can't keep running." His words hung heavy in the air, an anchor tethering us to the reality we desperately wanted to escape. But escape was a lie, a mirage shimmering just beyond our grasp. I felt the walls closing in, the shadows creeping closer, whispering secrets that made my skin crawl. Each heartbeat echoed the truth we feared: we were bound to this cycle, trapped in the very lives we wished to shed. When we stumbled to a halt, breathless and trembling, the weight of it all crashed down around us like a tidal wave. What if this is it? I breathed, the question barely escaping my lips. The abyss of despair stretched out before us, dark and uninviting. I saw Myra shudder, her spirit battling against the chains of her own making, and I knew we stood at the precipice of a choice. In that moment, everything converged: the shattered dreams, the ghostly whispers, the haunting memories. I could see it all, the colors swirling, the cycles of life spinning tighter and tighter, a noose fashioned from our own fears. This was rebirth, not as a gentle dawn but as an explosion, a cataclysm that demanded we confront our darkest selves. Myra's voice broke through the cacophony, a beacon of light piercing the storm. "We are more than our pasts," she cried, and for the first time, I saw the flicker of hope igniting within her. "We can choose to break free." But the question remained, hanging in the air like a ghost: would we dare to embrace the unknown? Would we step into the fire, knowing that from the ashes, something new could rise? The darkness loomed, teasing us with its secrets, whispering promises of rebirth wrapped in pain. I took a step forward, heart pounding in my chest. I felt the weight of the universe pressing down, a cosmic reckoning that demanded action. The cycle was relentless, but within that heaviness lay the possibility of transformation. With trembling hands, I reached out, connecting with the raw intensity of the moment, the magnetic pull of life itself. As the shadows loomed large, I knew this was not the end. It was a beginning, a collision of past and present, a struggle for breath amidst the chaos. And in that struggle, I could feel rebirth whispering its ancient secrets, echoing through the corridors of time, urging us to rise, to embrace the cycle of life and death, to challenge the very essence of existence itself. And in that moment, as I stood on the brink, the world around me faded, the shadows danced, and the question remained suspended in the air: would we choose to step through the fire together, or would we let the darkness claim us? The answer hung between us, fragile and electric, like a heartbeat waiting to ignite the night. The story was far from over, it was only just beginning. The night was suffocating. A heavy silence draped over the forest like a shroud, wrapping its gnarled branches around my throat, as if the trees themselves were witnesses to a death that had not yet occurred. The moon was a cruel voyeur, peeking through the jagged edges of the clouds, casting sharp shadows that danced with malice on the forest floor. I stood there, heart hammering in my chest, the chill of autumn seeping into my bones. I could feel it, the weight of the unsaid, a truth that lingered, thick and palpable, like the fog rolling in from the river. I remember the moment Sarah's scream cut through the stillness. It was a sound of pure terror, a knife slicing through the fabric of the night, sending a flock of crows into a chaotic flight. I turned, legs rooted to the ground, as if the very earth were warning me to stay still. But then I saw her. Her wild eyes were wide, glazed with fear, the kind that could freeze a soul. She was staring into the abyss of the trees, her breath quick and shallow, each inhale a desperate grasp at life, at sanity. "Don't look," she shouted, but her words were already a ghost, trailing behind me as I turned, drawn by an unseen force, the magnetism of dread. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of something dark, writhing. The air grew thicker, and I could taste the metallic tang of it on my tongue. Time warped, stretched like the shadows that twisted around us. I could feel Caleb behind me, his presence an anchor, but even his grip felt fragile, ready to snap under the weight of our shared horror. Caleb was never one for the supernatural. He scoffed at the idea of spirits and phantoms. Yet, here we were, caught in this moment, haunted by the afterlife's whispers. I remembered him, sitting around campfires, arms crossed, rolling his eyes at ghost stories like a well-practiced skeptic. Now, as he stood beside me, I saw cracks forming in his facade, a chink in the armor of disbelief. "Sarah," he said, voice trembling. "What do you see?" But she didn't answer. Her eyes were fixed, unblinking, on something beyond comprehension. I followed her gaze, diving into that darkness that stretched deeper than the night itself. I felt the pull of the unknown, the promise of understanding that danced just out of reach. "Sarah!" I yelled again, desperation clawing at my throat. "We need to go." But she remained still, transfixed. The silence grew heavier, pressing down, thickening the air until it was nearly suffocating. I could hear the rustle of leaves, a whisper of the wind that seemed to carry the ghosts of seasons past. Autumn was here, a time of dying leaves and fading light. It felt like nature was holding its breath, waiting for something, an ending, perhaps, or a new beginning. I thought of the cycle, of how summer had burst with life, but now it was all decay, and decay felt like the afterlife creeping in, seeping through the cracks of our reality. I remember, Sarah finally whispered, her voice fragile as spun glass. I remember, the baby in the river. The words crashed into me like a wave, cold and unyielding. The baby, the tragedy we'd all tried to forget, the weight of it that hung between us like a spectre. It had been a summer story, one that felt so distant, yet here, in this moment, it burned raw. Caleb's grip tightened, his knuckles white as the memories began to churn. "No, don't." "Not now," he pleaded, but Sarah's gaze remained fixed. "Do you hear it?" she murmured, tilting her head as if listening to something only she could perceive. "It calls to me. The seasons, they don't forget." The wind picked up, a sharp gust that felt alive, weaving through the trees, carrying the scent of damp earth and impending rain. It was a reminder of the cycle, of life, death, and the haunting beauty of what lay beyond. I remembered those long nights spent under the stars, Caleb spinning tales of constellations and forgotten myths, and the way Sarah used to laugh, her voice bright against the backdrop of darkness. But now, laughter seemed like a cruel mockery. Shadows danced at the edges of my vision, and I could feel the presence of something ancient and powerful, lurking just beyond the veil of our understanding. I took a step back, but the forest seemed to tighten around us. "Sarah!" I shouted again, panic rising like bile in my throat. "We need to go, before it's too late." But she was lost in a trance, the tendrils of the past wrapping around her like a lover's embrace, pulling her into its depths. "It's not over," she whispered, and in her eyes, I saw the reflection of the river, the moonlight shimmering on its surface, a reminder of all that had been lost. Caleb let out a low, desperate breath beside me, and I felt the tension in him, coiled tight as a spring. "We're not alone," he said, almost to himself. "We can't be, not here, not now." A chill ran through me. The air shifted, like the turning of a page, revealing a truth we weren't ready to face. I caught glimpses of movement in the shadows, flickers of white that seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the night. I turned to Caleb, the fear we shared a tangible thread connecting our hearts. "What do we do?" His eyes met mine, a storm of emotion swirling within them, defiance, fear, a whisper of hope. "We fight. We don't let them take her." But as I looked back at Sarah, I could see her slipping, the corners of her existence unraveling like threads pulled from a frayed tapestry. The afterlife was not just a place, it was a force, an energy woven into the fabric of nature, haunting the seasons, entwining with the elements. "Hold on!" I screamed, reaching for her, but the darkness between us widened, a chasm that threatened to swallow us whole. Time felt like a cruel joke as autumn leaves spiraled around us, caught in the wind's grasp, spinning like memories lost in the ether. This was it, the moment of reckoning, the point of no return. "Don't let go!" Caleb shouted, but as he spoke, I felt the ground shift, the boundaries of reality blurring, and I knew we were standing on the precipice of something vast and uncontainable. The forest held its breath, time hung suspended, and all the elements conspired in the shadows. In that moment, we were not just three souls lost in the night. We were a part of something greater, a cycle of life, death, and rebirth, where the afterlife was not an end, but a continuous echo amidst the seasons, and we were merely echoes within its haunting melody. The air crackled with electricity, thick as fog, swirling through the ancient trees that loomed overhead like silent sentinels. I stood there, heart pounding, a sense of dread clawing at my insides. The voices whispered to me, soft and seductive, weaving in and out of my consciousness. They tugged at the edges of my sanity, tempting me to listen closer, to feel deeper. I could almost see them, the guardian spirits of the land, flickering like candle flames just out of reach. They watched, always, waiting for a moment of weakness, a crack in the resolve of the living. I remembered the night when everything changed. The moon hung low and heavy, dripping silver light onto the ground. My sister Sarah had run into the woods, chasing a shadow that danced just beyond her grasp, laughing madly as she vanished into the darkness. "I'll be right back," she shouted, voice echoing like a bell in the stillness. But right back turned into an eternity as the shadows swallowed her whole. That was the night she met the spirits, and the night I lost her to them. I felt the chill of her absence gnawing at my bones, an ache that never dulled. A part of me wanted to believe she was safe, cradled by the spirits, perhaps even transformed into one of them. But the other part, the one that lay awake at night, haunted by dreams of her laughter twisting into screams, knew the truth. They were not guardians, they were predators, luring the unwitting into their realm, where time held no meaning, and life was a fragile memory. "Where are you, Sarah?" I whispered, the words hanging in the stillness, heavy with longing. I closed my eyes, hoping to find her in the void of darkness, but all I found were the remnants of our shared laughter, echoing like ghosts in the back of my mind. "Come back to me." As I stepped deeper into the woods, the air thickened, infused with the scent of damp earth and decay. My breath hitched when I heard it, a soft rustle behind me. Turning, I saw a figure emerge, a boy, no older than 17, his eyes wide with terror. "They're coming," he gasped, clutching a branch like a lifeline. "They want to take me too." I recognized the fear that radiated from him. It was the same fear that had coiled around my heart since that fateful night. "Who? What do you mean?" My voice quavered, the weight of uncertainty mixing with adrenaline. "The spirits," he breathed, trembling. "They guard the land, but they hunger for souls." His gaze darted to the shadows, as if expecting them to leap out and snatch him away at any moment. I tried to help my sister. I thought I could save her, but now they won't let me go. The boy's words struck a chord deep within me, echoing the guilt I carried like a shroud. I had failed to protect Sarah, and now this boy stood before me, a mirror of my own despair. I reached out, but he flinched away, like a deer caught in the glare of headlights. "Listen," I urged, desperation rising in my chest. "We can find them. We can save your sister. I can find mine. We can," but before I could finish, the air shifted, thickening with a palpable energy that sent shivers down my spine. The shadows swirled closer, the spirits shifting from unseen observers to haunting silhouettes, manifesting in the periphery of my vision. I felt their eyes on me, piercing through the veil of reality, demanding to be acknowledged. "Run," the boy screamed, and I didn't hesitate. We bolted through the underbrush, branches clawing at us like fingers trying to pull us into the abyss. My heart raced, pounding in my ears, a wild drumbeat propelling us forward as terror licked at our heels. But the woods twisted and turned, a labyrinth that seemed to conspire against us. I could hear them then, the whispers growing louder, a cacophony of voices calling out from the darkness, beckoning us closer. "You're too late. Too late to save her, too late to save yourself." With every step, the shadows danced, deeper and darker, revealing glimpses of souls trapped in their grasp, lost, tormented, eyes hollow, pupils wide with the agony of endless night. I stumbled, gasping for breath, the weight of their despair crashing over me like a wave. It was unbearable, the rawness of their suffering resonating in my chest, echoing my own heartbreak. "Follow the light," the boy shouted, pointing to a faint glow that flickered on the horizon like a distant star fighting against the encroaching darkness. "It's the way out." In that moment, hope ignited within me, a fragile flame in the choking shadows. "We have to reach it. We can find them," but the spirits surged closer, their forms shifting and writhing, merging with the darkness itself. "You cannot escape," they hissed, voices intertwining like serpents, curling around my sanity. "You belong to us." The boy's desperate cries filled the air, mingling with my own panic as we dashed toward the light, the spirits snarling, their breath cold against our skin. But the light pulsed, flickering like a heartbeat, promising salvation amidst the nightmare. I could feel Sarah's presence drawing me in, the warmth of her laughter intertwining with the light, urging me to push through the chaos. "Don't look back," I shouted, a mantra against the encroaching dread. "Stay with me. We can save them." With every ounce of strength, we surged forward, the weight of our fears propelling us into the unknown, hearts echoing the pulse of the earth that seemed to tremble beneath our feet. We were not just running, we were chasing the remnants of a love lost, the fragile threads that bound us to those we longed to protect. In that moment, time blurred, the past melding with the present, and every heartbeat echoed with a promise: our fight was not in vain. There would be no ending here, only the relentless pull of the spirits, the cycle of life and afterlife intertwining, forever haunting, forever beckoning. We would face them, together, in the darkness, to reclaim what was lost and find ourselves amidst the chaos. As the light drew nearer, I could feel the spirits of the land shifting, swirling like a tempest, their whispers growing fainter against the roaring tide of hope. I would not yield. Not now. Not ever. The climax awaited, and I was ready to face it, ready to confront the truth hidden within the shadows. The wind howled through the crumbling stones of the old cemetery, a chilling symphony of whispers that danced around Clara as she knelt beside her mother's grave. The earth felt cold and unyielding beneath her fingers, each clod of dirt a reminder of finality, the way life can slip through grasping hands like sand. She traced the letters of her mother's name with trembling fingertips, and tears fell silently, each drop a pleading prayer, a longing for connection that death had cruelly severed. I remember her laughter, Clara whispered to the shadows, her voice barely above a breath. The memory haunted her, played on a loop, her mother, spinning in the kitchen, flour dusting the air like a delicate snowfall, their home filled with warmth, with life. But now this place was a tomb for dreams, and Clara felt the weight of grief pressing down, suffocating. Across the cemetery, Marcus stood with a clenched jaw, his heart a battlefield. His sister had been taken too soon, a fragile bird caught in the storm of life. The coldness that seeped into his bones had begun to feel like a companion, a dark figure that walked beside him, shadowing every thought. He glanced at Clara, her silhouette stark against the grey sky, and felt a sudden empathy, a painful recognition of shared loss. They hadn't spoken in years, but in this moment, he understood her anguish, her connection to the realm beyond. "I need to believe she's still here," Clara confessed, her voice breaking the chilling silence. It wrapped around Marcus, pulling him in, threading their grief together. "I need to feel her with me, somehow." He wanted to reach out, to comfort her, but the memories of her mother, his sister's laughter turning to echoes of cries, stabbed at him. "What if there's nothing?" he challenged, the words spilling out bitter and raw. "What if this is all we get?" Clara turned to him, eyes wide and shimmering. "Then we make our own afterlife," she said fiercely, and for a moment, there was a fire in her that ignited something deep within him. "We keep them alive in our hearts, in our stories." The cemetery felt more alive than ever, the shadows stretching and dancing, as if the dead were listening. Marcus clenched his fists, the conflict within him a tempest. He wanted to believe her, to ease the suffocating grip of despair. But what if our stories are just a way to deny the truth? He shot back, the darkness in him rising. "Truth?" Clara spat, the bitterness of her pain turning her words sharp. "What truth? That they're gone? That we're alone? Give me a reason to believe we're not just ghosts wandering through our own lives." The wind howled again, a banshee's wail, and the air thickened with tension. He could see her, all of her, the raw edges, the heartbreak, the refusal to succumb to the void. The cosmos felt too vast, too indifferent, and yet here they were, two souls clinging to each other in a fractured world. "I remember," she started, her voice trembling, "when I was little, I found a feather in the garden. I thought it was a sign from the angels. I remember believing there was magic in the world," and now, her words faltered, choked by sorrow, and Marcus felt a crack forming in the armor around his heart. "I remember that feather," he said softly, stepping closer. "And how you tried to fly with it, yes." Clara's eyes lit up, and for a heartbeat, they were both children again, unburdened by grief. "I climbed the tree, convinced I could soar into the sky." "I never did, but you wanted to be free," he murmured, the beauty in her words cutting through the dark. "And maybe that's all we can hope for now, freedom in our memories, freedom in the stories we tell." But the weight of reality pressed down on them again, and silence filled the space, a heavy blanket. Clara's breath hitched as she turned back to her mother's grave, the fear of being forgotten clawing at her insides. What if we're just shadows, Marcus? What if we fade away too? He felt it, that gnawing fear, the gnashing of teeth against the bones of hope. Then we fight it. We defy it, he said, the determination in his voice startling them both. We keep their spirits alive, we carve them into the fabric of our lives until they can't be erased. But how? She whispered, half pleading, half lost. Through our stories, Clara, our laughter, our tears. We can make a world where they exist. They live on in everything we do, every choice we make. A tremor of hope flickered in her chest, and she reached for him, their fingers brushing together in the cold air, igniting a warmth that was almost electric. In that moment, they stood at the precipice of something greater than grief, an understanding that the afterlife wasn't just a destination, but a tapestry woven from love, memories, and the bonds they shared. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of crimson and gold, Clara felt an inkling of peace. The cemetery, once a place of sorrow and loss, transformed into a sacred ground, a bridge between the living and the dead, a testament to resilience and the unbreakable threads of connection. And in that chilling twilight, with hearts beating in sync, they began to create their own stories, their own afterlife, an uncharted territory, a vivid landscape of hope veiled in shadows. The night stretched before them, both frightening and beautiful, and in the darkness, they held onto each other, refusing to let go. This was the beginning of something profound, a journey that would pull them deeper into the mysteries of existence, where every heartbeat echoed with the promise of what could be, and the eternal question of being, of believing, flickered like a dying star refusing to fade. The crackle of the fire pierced the night, a beacon in the swirling shadows. Smoke coiled upward, carrying whispers of long-lost souls into the star-speckled sky. I sat there, heart racing, the air thick with dread. Around me were the faces of my ancestors, flickering in the flames, their eyes wide with fear and defiance. I could feel the weight of history pressing down, the relentless tide of change spilling over our sacred land, drowning the very essence of who we were. Maya was crouched beside me, her fingers trembling as she clutched a worn piece of quartz, a talisman against a world gone mad. What if they come for us? She whispered, the question hanging heavy like a storm cloud. Beneath her brave face, there was a crack, a fissure of uncertainty that mirrored the chaos outside our village. Her spirit was strong, yet the shadows around us whispered tales of doom, and I saw it in her eyes, the flicker of a fading belief in the afterlife that once felt so certain. Then we will face them, I replied, but even my voice trembled. I could hear the distant sounds of axes against trees, the thud of boots against our sacred earth. The colonizers were relentless, encroaching on our home, determined to erase the very fabric of who we were. They sought not just land, but the spirit that thrummed beneath our feet, the belief that life continued beyond this world, that the ancestors awaited us in a timeless embrace. I remember my grandfather's stories, vivid as the flames before us. Our spirits linger in the trees, he had said, voice low and reverent. We are guided by those who came before. Those words had been a balm, a promise that death was not the end but a passage, an eternal dance with the stars. But now, as the night twisted around us with cold fingers, those beliefs cracked like the ground beneath our feet. The air shifted, and in that moment, I saw her. Elena, my younger sister, standing at the edge of the firelight, her small frame trembling. The shadows danced around her, and I could see confusion etched on her young face. Are we going to die? She asked, her voice a whisper barely rising above the crackle of the fire. I wanted to shield her, to protect her from the truth that gripped my heart like a vice. But how could I, when the world was unraveling before our eyes? I knelt beside her, pulling her into my arms. No, little one, I lied, knowing it was a thin veil over a deep chasm of despair. We will live. Our people are strong. But with every passing moment, I felt the truth clawing at my insides. What did strength mean when confronted with an enemy who sought to extinguish our very existence? The colonizers believed in a singular path to the afterlife, a heaven that awaited those who submitted, who cast aside their native beliefs and embraced the foreign. They came with their Bibles, their iron tools, and a faith that sought to erase all that we held dear. It was a devastating juxtaposition, my ancestors, who had walked these lands for centuries, and the newcomers who saw us as mere obstacles to be swept away. Do you think they believe in ghosts? Maya asked, her voice barely a breath. The question hung between us, laden with desperation. Do they think our spirits will vanish? I thought of the graves we tended, the songs we sang for the dead, the way we honored the lives of those who had gone. They may believe that, I replied, anger bubbling beneath my skin. But they will learn, in time. In the dark, the sound of laughter echoed, a grotesque mockery of the joy we once shared. The colonizers were drinking, celebrating our impending demise, as if our lives were a game to be won. My heart pounded, the beat syncing with the pulse of the universe, a desperate plea for justice. I remembered the tales of the ancestors rising from the ashes, the sky opening to reclaim what was lost. But could we rise? Could we face our own demise and not fall into despair? What awaited on the other side? I could hear the haunting cries of those who had come before, the weight of their sorrow, their joy, their unending love. The stories, once vibrant, were now shrouded in a mist of uncertainty. Elena tugged at my sleeve, her eyes wide with fear. What if we can't find them? She asked, the innocence of her voice piercing through the darkness like a knife. A tear rolled down my cheek, fueled by an anguish that felt like 1,000 lost dreams. We will find them, I promised, though my heart faltered, knowing the chasm of doubt that lay beneath my words. They will guide us. The fire crackled and sputtered, casting devilish shadows that danced along the edges of our fear. I glimpsed the future, a world where our stories would be twisted, our beliefs mocked, our spirits forgotten. But it was the faintest glimmer of hope that flickered within me, the belief that even as the night deepened, our spirits would intertwine with the cosmos, forever refusing to fade. And then, the trees began to sway with a whisper. Was it their laughter? Or the cries of the very souls the colonizers wished to erase? The air thickened, a palpable tension, a confrontation looming on the horizon. The fire crackled, each pop a reminder that we were not alone, that history wrapped around us like a shroud, binding us to our ancestors. As the night deepened, I realized that survival was not just living, it was a fight for our memories, our beliefs, our very existence. We were the vessels of our history, the guardians of an afterlife that promised reunion over separation. And as the world around us trembled, I felt the weight of the past and the hope of the future collide in my chest. Gather close, I whispered, pulling Maya and Elena into an embrace, heart racing like thunder. Together, we will remember. And in that moment, hope ignited like a flame, a flicker against the dark, a promise that even if our bodies fell, our spirits would rise, woven into the very fabric of life itself. Thunder cracked like a whip, shaking the earth beneath fragile feet. Rain fell in sheets, cold and relentless, hammering against the old cobblestones, a mournful rhythm that echoed the palpitations of a terrified heart. I stood there, the storm raging, memories tumbling through my mind like autumn leaves caught in a tempest. The air was thick with a weight that only the living can sense, an unshakable tension that whispered of the dead. I remember my mother's voice, the way it trembled as she recounted the tale of my grandfather, a man with shadows in his eyes and stories etched in his skin. He said when he died, he didn't feel a thing, she would say, her voice softening, a ghost of a smile, just a gentle warmth, like wrapping yourself in a favorite blanket. But I felt the chill of the grave beneath her words, and it froze the marrow in my bones. There was something intoxicating about her stories, though, a raw allure that danced like flickering candlelight. They held the power to bind us, a family stitched together by the fabric of memory and belief. And yet, as I stood in the downpour, I couldn't shake the dread that curled in my stomach. The storm was more than nature's fury, it was an omen, a reminder of the fragility of life. The wind howled, carrying with it the lament of those who had passed. Beside me, Sarah, my cousin, pushed her drenched hair back from her face, her eyes fierce and defiant. "This is it, Eli," she said, the lightning illuminating the determination etched on her features. "We can't let them bury the stories anymore. These beliefs, they matter. They shape who we are." I wanted to believe in her passion, to feel that fire within me, but doubt gnawed at my spirit like hungry rats. What if those stories were only shadows, fleeting echoes of a reality that had long since slipped away? It's just a myth, I shot back, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. All of it. What if we're just dust in the wind, nothing more? My voice cracked, and I hated that it quivered with uncertainty. I wanted to be strong, to wield my skepticism like a shield against the darkness. But as I spoke, I felt the weight of ancestral voices pressing down on me, a chorus of longing and despair. The storm raged on, but in that moment, I was transported back to the evening spent huddled around the fire, the flickering flames casting shadows on the walls. My grandfather's voice, a low, rumbling growl, pulled us closer, each tale a thread in the tapestry of our beliefs. "When I'm gone," he told us, eyes glinting like chips of onyx, "don't mourn for me in silence. Tell my story. Let the winds carry my name." Those words hung in the air, heavy with promise, and now they clawed at me, demanding to be released. I watched Sarah, her fists clenched in resolve, her spirit unyielding, a candle flickering against the encroaching dark. She was a firecracker, a tempest of emotion, and the intensity of her belief ignited something deep within me. The stories we told were not just tales, they were lifeblood, coursing through our veins, binding us to those who had traversed beyond the veil. "You think they just vanish?" she challenged, her voice rising above the wind. "All those souls, the laughter, the grief? They're waiting for us to remember, to pass it on." Her words crackled like electric fire, and for a heartbeat, I felt the weight of the world shift. There was a truth in what she said, a resonance that echoed through the storm. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the cemetery on the hill, shadows dancing like specters among the gravestones. My breath caught in my throat as I imagined the lives buried beneath the earth, stories waiting to emerge. I felt a pull, an invisible thread linking me to those who had come before, their voices calling out from the abyss. "Maybe," I whispered, my heart racing, "maybe they're not gone. Maybe they're just waiting." The thought was both terrifying and exhilarating, a chasm opening beneath my feet. Sarah turned to me, her gaze fierce and unwavering, and I saw the storm reflected in her eyes, the raw, unadulterated fury of belief. "Then let's tell them," she said, her voice steady and strong. "Let's build a bridge between the worlds. They need to hear us." And in that moment, I felt the boundaries of life and death blur, as if the storm itself had forged a connection. The rain was no longer just cold and bitter, it was a baptism, cleansing the doubts that had clung to me like a shroud. I remembered my grandfather again, his laughter echoing through the years, a reminder that stories were not merely echoes but living entities, capable of transcending time. The wind shrieked as if rallying the spirits, and I clutched Sarah's hand, feeling the warmth of her belief seeping into my skin. Together, we stood on the precipice of something monumental, the storm swirling around us as we prepared to summon the stories from the depths. The night thrummed with potential, and I realized the truth: storytelling was our lifeline, an eternal thread weaving through the fabric of existence, binding us to the past and guiding us into the unknown. "Tell the stories," I shouted into the tempest, my voice rising above the chaos. "Let them echo in the night." And as the rain poured down, I felt the weight of generations upon my shoulders, a collective heartbeat resonating through the air. The storm quieted, but that moment would linger, a spark igniting a fire that would never die. In the distance, I could almost hear the whispers of those who had come before, their tales intertwining with the storm, a reminder that we were never truly alone. The shadows danced, and I knew this was just the beginning. The storm was not an end, but a bridge, a passageway that would lead us deeper into the mysteries of life, death, and everything that lay beyond. I was ready to embrace it, the story swirling like ghosts around me, alive and waiting to be told. The wind howled through the skeletal trees, a mourning cry that sent shivers down my spine. The air felt thick, saturated with the scent of damp earth and something unnameable, something lurking just beyond the reach of sanity. I stood at the edge of the clearing, my heart pounding like a war drum against the backdrop of an ominous twilight. Light pooled in the sky like spilled ink, swirling with the colors of a bruised soul, and I couldn't help but reflect on the absence of light that was soon to envelop us all. David was there, clutching the tattered remnants of his mother's favorite shawl, the one she wore every Sunday, crisp and clean like a crisp apple slice, now faded and frayed. His eyes glistened, flickering between despair and anger, grappling with the bitter knowledge that he would never again hear her laugh, never again bask in the warmth of her embrace. I could feel his pain clawing at my insides, an echo of my own heartache for my father, whose laughter was swallowed by the silence of a graveyard I had long avoided. "Why do we do this?" David's voice cracked, sharp as broken glass. "Why gather around the dead like they're just here? It's like we're inviting them back, only to remember we buried them with the echoes of our tears." The fire crackled, a reluctant heartbeat of its own, radiating warmth yet casting shadows that danced like phantoms at the periphery of our grief. I could see his fingers tremble over the fabric, the shoulder bridge between memory and loss. I wanted to reach out, to tell him that this was the only way, the rituals, the ceremonies, all of it, a desperate attempt to tether our souls to those we loved, to ensure they never truly left us. Yet the words stuck like thorns in my throat. The others arrived, faces carved from the stone of sorrow. Each step felt heavy, resonating against the damp ground, an echo of their own losses trailing behind them like forgotten ghosts. Jessica, her presence a soft defiance against the dark, pulled me into her embrace. I felt the warmth of her body, a living testament against the chill of death, but even her touch seemed to carry the weight of the past, the absence of her sister who had slipped away too soon. "I remember," she whispered, holding the memory of her sister close, "when we used to laugh under the stars. I remember dreaming of a future that never came." Her words hung in the air, fragile as spun sugar, and I could see the pain twist her features, transforming joy into something raw and jagged. The world felt heavy with unspoken words, and I longed to scream into the void, "Do you hear us? Do you see how we bleed for you?" But instead, I remained silent, my throat closing around the unshed tears. Inside me, a cacophony brewed, a storm of anger, despair, and an unyielding yearning to capture the essence of the ones we had lost. Each breath felt sacrilegious, each heartbeat a reminder of the life that continued, even as it felt like a betrayal to those who had slipped through our fingers. The clock struck 6, the sound echoing like a death knell, and suddenly the air was electric with anticipation. We gathered, circling the fire, hands clasped, as if we could weave our souls into a tapestry of remembrance. Shadows fluttered like moths around the flames, each of us conjuring images of those we loved, faces etched in our hearts, names whispered through clenched jaws. Tonight, I felt the need to say, we honor them. We light candles and share stories, not just of loss, but of laughter, of joy. Each word felt heavier than the last, like stones dropped into the abyss. David gritted his teeth, his anger boiling beneath the surface. "But what if they don't want our love? What if they're tired of our grief, weary of our pleas?" His skepticism cut through the air, a dagger in the twilight, but deep down, I understood. Our rituals could feel like desperate acts of love mingled with the suffocating weight of regret. We were clinging to shadows, hoping to ward off the dark silence that awaited us. I remembered the stories my father told of ancient civilizations that celebrated the dead with wild abandon, festivals where the veil between life and death blurred, where laughter and tears danced together in a beautiful chaos. I wanted to scream it out to the world, that death was not an end but a continuation, a transformation into something more. But instead, we sat there, caught between the living and the dead, each of us a flickering candle in the vast, dark cosmos. The wind picked up, a sudden gust that swept like a ghost through the clearing, extinguishing the edges of our flames. Fear gripped us, turning our breaths shallow as the fire sputtered. In that moment, the shadows felt alive, a swirling mass of grief and memory pressing down against our shoulders. "Let them hear us!" I shouted, the sound rising from the pit of my soul, erupting into the air like a volcanic cry of defiance. "Let them know they are not forgotten!" And we began to speak, one voice breaking the silence, then another, their words weaving together, forming a chorus of remembrance. I recounted the time my father took me fishing, his laugh ringing against the water like a chime, and Jessica shared tales of her sister's wild spirit, her insatiable hunger for adventure. As our voices rose in a cacophony of grief-turned celebration, the fire flickered back to life, illuminating our faces with a warm glow, laughter breaking through the shroud of sorrow like sunlight piercing through storm clouds. And in that moment, with the wind at our backs and the shadows at our feet, we became a tapestry of memories, of love that refused to die, a reminder that even in the depths of despair, there was beauty in the honoring of those who had walked among us. The night deepened around us, but so did the light. I felt the weight of their presence, not as ghosts haunting us, but as stars guiding us home. And as I looked into David's eyes, the anger softened, replaced by understanding. We were not alone. Not now, not ever. In the end, as the fire crackled and our laughter echoed, we found ourselves entangled in an eternal dance, a celebration of life amidst the haunting whispers of death. And the darkness faded, just for a moment, as we all clung to the fragile threads that connected us to the past, weaving a future rich with the colors of love and remembrance. Under a sky bruised with swirling storm clouds, a child screamed, the sound piercing the heavy air, sharp as a knife. Little Anya, her small hands gripping the edge of a weathered wood table, felt the pulse of fear quickening in her heart. The room was filled with shadows, darkened corners that seemed to breathe, whispering secrets of the departed. She had heard the elders speak of the afterlife, a place where spirits roamed, either tethered by the chains of their sins or lifted by the wings of their virtues. But here, in this moment, it was all too real. "Mother," she cried, her voice trembling. Outside, thunder crashed, an angry god shattering the silence, warning them of the storm brewing not just in the sky, but in their very lives. "Anya!" "Stay close," shouted her mother, Mara, eyes wide, skin pale as paper. Mara was a woman of fierce resolve, but tonight, she felt the weight of the world crushing her, pressing her down into the earth, threatening to swallow her whole. Mara's heart waged war with her mind. She remembered the stories, the tales of good and evil, of choices made and paths taken. A life lived with honor or one steeped in shame. She had always tried to teach Anya the difference, to show her the beauty of a kind heart and the darkness of envy, but that lesson was slipping away like sand through her fingers. In the corner, shadowy and twisted, stood Yarrick, Mara's brother. He had returned from the city, a place that had swallowed his soul yet spat him back out, marred and broken. The once bright light in his eyes was now a mere flicker, extinguished by his own greed, his own selfishness, his own choices. He wore his shame like a second skin, the weight of his sins visible in the set of his jaw, the slump of his shoulders. Here, in this haunted dwelling, he felt the spirits of the past closing in on him, their whispers sharp like the edge of a knife. Yarrick had come to find redemption, but all he felt was the suffocating embrace of guilt. "Anya," he murmured, his voice cracking like dry leaves underfoot, "don't look at me like that." He was a broken man, a man who had lost his way, and in that moment, he was terrified of becoming the monster he had seen in the mirror. Anya was trembling now, caught in the crossfire of her mother's fear and her uncle's regret. She wanted to believe in the goodness of the world, in the stories they told around the fire, of spirits guiding the lost home, of the sun shining bright after the darkest nights, but the storm outside roared with the fury of those who had been wronged, and it shook her faith. "Are we doomed?" she whispered, the word hanging in the air like a death sentence, and for a moment, everything froze. The shadows drew closer, the thunder faded, and the world held its breath. Mara felt her heart clench. "No, my love," she rasped, though her voice was laced with uncertainty. "We choose our paths. We can still find our way." But doubt gnawed at her insides. Could they truly escape their past? Could they outrun the choices that haunted them? Yarrick's fists clenched, the memories flooding back, his laughter echoing in the taverns, the glint of gold that had blinded him, the faces of those he had betrayed. Those faces materialized right in front of him, pleading, angry, accusing. "I was foolish," he hissed, regret drenching his words. "I thought I could have it all. Did the elders warn us?" Anya's voice was small, a fragile thing amidst the chaos. "Did they tell you what happens when you stray too far?" A sharp breeze swept through the room, extinguishing the flickering candlelight. Shadows enveloped them, and for a heartbeat, they were lost in a void. Mara felt the icy fingers of despair wrap around her heart, squeezing until she could hardly breathe. This was not just a storm, it was the reckoning. The air thickened, and Mara's memories surged, the teachings shared with her by the wise women of the tribe. Tales of balance, of the cosmic struggle between good and evil. The spirits, she recalled, were always watching, waiting to see what choices people would make when faced with temptation. And here they were, standing on the precipice of their own choices, their own destinies, with the storm raging outside echoing the tempest within. Anya, Yarok spoke again, fear lacing his voice. The afterlife, it's not just a place. It's a reflection of our lives, of what we've done. His gaze fell to the floor, where shadows danced like lost souls. I don't want to be trapped in the dark. Anya looked up at him, her innocent eyes pools of unwavering light. Then don't be. Change. Do good. Fight back against the dark. In her smallness, she filled the room with a profound truth. Fight, Mara echoed, her voice rising, igniting a flicker of hope. We fight for what is right, for each other. The storm outside howled, but within those crumbling walls, a fragile alliance began to form. Anya, with her childlike wisdom, held both adults to the fire of their choices. The thunder roared as if echoing their internal struggle, a reminder that the storm outside mirrored the storm within. Yarok took a deep breath, a breath filled with the promise of change. I will make things right, he vowed, his voice steadying. I will seek the goodness that was lost. And in that moment, the storm began to wane, the tension lifting like a dark veil pulled back, revealing the faintest glimmer of dawn on the horizon. But no resolution could wash away the scars of the past, and the path forward was steep. They stood together, three souls intertwined by love, fear, guilt, hope. The shadows still whispered, the echoes of their choices still loomed over them, but they had chosen to stand together, to face the darkness as one. The afterlife was not a destination, but a journey, and the moral lessons they had learned, the weight of good and evil, were inscribed upon their very beings, guiding them through the storm. As the first light pierced the storm clouds, the shadows receded, but the echoes remained. The wind howled with a sharpness that cut through the night, carrying with it the weight of the unsaid. I stood, heart racing, at the edge of the cemetery, where shadows twisted like the souls resting beneath the earth. The moon was a sickly lantern above, illuminating the scene where three figures converged, a clash of grief and unspoken fears. I remember the moment vividly, the air thick with tension, as Sarah's hands trembled against the wrought iron gates, her breath hitching in her throat. She was fighting the urge to scream, to unleash the tempest of emotions that roiled within her. My eyes were drawn to Thomas, his face pale and etched with lines of guilt, an anchor of sorrow weighing down on him, as if he were the very grave that kept us all prisoner. Why now? Sarah's whisper broke the suffocating silence, the question hanging in the frigid air, a ghost itself. There was a rawness in her voice, a blend of anguish and accusation that pierced through the night. I felt it, too, the weight of untimely death pressing down on us, the inevitability of loss, the finality that awaited us all, and the terror of what lay beyond. I remember when we thought we were invincible, I murmured, almost to myself, recalling nights filled with laughter and dreams. When we believed we would never face this moment. But here we were, standing on the precipice of grief, the reality of our mortality looming closer, the ground beneath us soft and unsettled, like a heartbeat that refuses to still. Tom shoved his hands into his pockets, a futile attempt to grasp at something solid, something real. We can't turn back time, Sarah. His voice shook, laden with regret as if each word were hewn from stone. We shouldn't have let this happen. The shadows seemed to whisper, echoing our fears, each rustle of leaves a reminder of the life that had slipped through our fingers. The moonlight caught Sarah's tears, glistening like shards of glass as they fell, each drop a testament to the love she had lost. If we had been there. If I had just, her voice broke, the words splintering in the air like fragile bones. I could see her heart breaking, cracking open like the very earth that held the coffins of our loved ones, the weight of what we had failed to protect crushing her spirit. Stop! I couldn't bear to see her suffer, the pain radiating off her in waves. I took a step closer, the gravel crunching underfoot, a sound that felt too loud for the moment. We did what we could. We are not the cause of this. My own heart was pounding in my chest, a war drum echoing the chaos within. But the night had ears. The wind carried our anguish into the cosmos, where the stars blinked in cold indifference, distant and uncaring. The darkness wrapped around us, a suffocating blanket, and I felt its chill seep into my bones. A funeral rite, a burial practice, a cycle that felt as old as time itself. In the distance, a crow cawed, a wretched sound that reverberated through the night, a warning or perhaps a beckoning. I turned to look back at the gravestones, their weathered surfaces stark against the moonlight, each one a memory etched in stone, a life once vibrant now reduced to a name and a date. I could feel the pulse of history, the weight of ancestors bearing witness to our pain, their silent admonitions lingering like echoes in a vast cavern. "Do you think they watch us?" Sarah's question hung tremulously in the air, and I saw her searching the sky, seeking comfort in the stars that felt so far away. "Do you think they know what we feel?" "Maybe they do," I said, my voice a whisper, the very essence of fear and hope entwined. "Maybe they understand more than we ever can." A shiver danced down my spine as the shadows shifted, and I felt an urge to flee, but we were bound here, tethered by our grief, our memories, and our shared history. This cemetery had become our sanctuary and our prison, a place where love and loss intertwined like ghostly threads in the tapestry of our lives. Tom stepped forward, his resolve hardening as he faced the darkness. "We need to honor them, not with tears, but with strength." His eyes burned with a fierce intensity, a fire kindled amidst the despair. "We will not let their memories fade." In that moment, the air crackled with an energy I had never felt before, a fusion of our grief and our resolve. I could see it in Sarah's eyes, the flicker of hope battling against the shadows, a glimmer that refused to be snuffed out. Together, we stood before the graves, a triad of pain and determination. The wind shifted again, whispering secrets that only the night could hold. As I gazed upon the gravestones, I felt a surge of emotion rise within me, anger, love, sorrow, and an overwhelming desire to connect with what lay beyond. "Then let us remember them," I breathed, with laughter, with stories, with everything they brought into our lives. And just like that, the tension broke, and we began to share memories, our voices rising and falling like waves upon a shore, each word a tribute to those we had lost. Laughter filtered through the darkness, a sweet counterpoint to our tears, and for a moment, it felt as if time had paused, allowing us to step back from the brink of despair. But the shadows lingered, a constant reminder of the fragile nature of life. As I looked at my friends, I could see the cracks forming in their resolve, just as I felt the fissures in my own heart. There was no escaping the truth. Burial practices and funeral rites were not merely rituals, they were a confrontation with the unknown, an acknowledgement of the inevitability of loss, and an invitation to remember. The night stretched on, every second feeling like an eternity, and as we stood there, I realized the significance of our gathering. We were not just mourning, we were forging a connection to the past, to the lives that had shaped us. With each word, we fashioned a bridge between the living and the dead, an unbreakable bond that echoed through the ages. And in that moment of shared vulnerability, I felt something shift, a connection to the cosmos, to the stars that twinkled above, and to the ancestors who had walked before us. The earth beneath us was alive, pulsing with the memories of those who had come before, reminding us that even in death, there was a continuity of existence. They would never truly leave us, they would live on in our hearts, in our stories, and in the very air we breathed. As the moon dipped lower in the sky, casting a silver glow over the graves, I knew this moment would linger, a haunting melody that whispered through the corridors of time. The night was far from over, the shadows still danced, but we were no longer alone. Together, we faced the darkness, our hearts intertwined, echoing a truth as old as humanity itself, that every ending is just the beginning of another story, and that love, in all its forms, transcends even the finality of death. The wind picked up again, swirling around us, carrying our voices into the night. And as I looked into the faces of my friends, I understood the significance of burial practices and funeral rites was not merely in the act itself but in how we carried those we loved with us, forever etched into the fabric of our lives. The night was thick with a silence so profound it strangled the air, wrapping itself around us like a heavy, suffocating blanket. I stood there, heart racing, beneath a sky littered with stars that felt sharp, like glass shards ready to pierce through the fabric of reality. The campfire flickered, a lonely sentinel against the encroaching shadows. The flames danced, casting chaotic shadows that flickered across the ground, elongating and shrinking like the uncertainty churning in my gut. "Do you see them?" whispered Mara, her voice trembling as if the words themselves could awaken the spirits that lingered. She had this way of peering into the dark, as though she could pluck out the fears hiding just beyond the light. Her wide eyes, brimming with unshed tears, reflected both a desperate hope and a shattering dread. I could feel her fear, a tangible thing tensing the muscles in my own chest. "See what?" I replied, trying to sound braver than I felt. But the truth was, the darkness felt alive, breathing, a predator waiting to pounce. I remember her shaking head, her wild curls framing a face painted with desperation that echoed my own. We had come here seeking answers, and yet, what if the answers only led us deeper into despair? "Ghosts," she murmured, "the lost ones. They're out there, waiting." I swallowed hard. It wasn't just the fear of what we might encounter, it was the fear that we'd find nothing at all. That the afterlife would be as empty as the void that surrounded us. "Do you think they're angry?" I asked, half terrified of the answer. The flickering light of the fire illuminated the fear etched on her brow, and I felt that fear cradle my own like a tender, twisted vine. In that moment, I didn't want the truth. I wanted to retreat, to bury myself in the comfort of denial. "They have every right to be," she replied, voice breaking. "We left them behind." Her raw emotion struck me like a thunderclap. It was true, we had abandoned those we loved, like leaves caught in a storm, swirling away until they disappeared. A shiver crept down my spine as I glanced at Jay, who had been silent, brooding by the edge of the firelight. He was our anchor, yet that night felt like the wind was tearing him away from us. I could see the conflict rage inside him, a tempest of regret and longing. He had lost his brother to the abyss of addiction, a battle fought in shadows and whispers. I knew his quest for answers was a desperate clutching at straws, one more attempt to bring back what had been stolen. "Jay," I said, my voice barely a whisper, "are you ready for this?" His gaze met mine, a storm brewing behind his eyes. He nodded slowly, but the tremor of his chin betrayed him. I felt the weight of his grief pressing down on us, heavy like chains forged from memories that wouldn't let go. "Do you think he's angry with me?" Jay asked, looking past the flickering flames, searching the darkness for a glimpse of a long-lost soul. "Should I have done more?" I wanted to reach out, to pull him back from the brink of guilt that hovered in the air like smoke. But it felt like reaching for a ghost. "Maybe he just wants you to know he's okay," I offered. But even as the words left my lips, I felt the chasm of doubt yawning wide. Would we ever truly know? The air thickened as the night deepened, suffusing us with the weight of our own unspoken fears. The fire crackled, each pop echoing like a gunshot in the silence. And just then, a cold gust swept through the clearing, extinguishing the fire's brave flicker for a heartbeat, plunging us into a darkness that felt alive. My heart thundered, a wild, frantic drumbeat echoing in my ears. "It's happening," Mara breathed, her voice barely a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might summon the very shadows we feared. My eyes flitted nervously around us, the darkness morphing into twisted shapes that danced along the edges of my vision. I could feel the air shifting, thickening with an energy that crackled like static. And suddenly there was a sound, a soft rustle, just beyond the trees. "Did you hear that?" I gasped, but the question hung in the air unanswered. Jay's breathing had quickened, it felt like the very world around us held its breath, waiting, watching. "Stay close," he urged, though I could see his own fear glimmering in the depths of his eyes. The three of us huddled together, hearts beating in chaotic unison, each pulse a reminder of the living, a stark contrast to the silence beyond. We had come seeking guidance, but what if we found only sorrow? What if the spirits only echoed our pain back to us, serving as nothing but cruel reminders of what we had lost? The shadows loomed larger, swallowing the edges of our reality, and I could almost feel the weight of their sorrow pressing against my chest, each breath a struggle against the overwhelming tide. And then it happened. A figure emerged from the darkness, wavering like a mirage. My breath caught, an icy grip clutching my throat. It was a woman, pale and ethereal, her eyes hollow, yet brimming with a sorrow that felt all too familiar. She drifted toward us, and I could see her lips moving, forming words that never reached my ears, only a soft, haunting melody that echoed through my very soul. Mara, Jade choked out, and I felt the tremor beneath his voice. This was it, the confrontation we dreaded and desired all at once. The figure drew closer, and I could see the outline of the lost, the tears staining her cheeks like rain on a window. I remember, I whispered, and in that moment, the world fell away, the past crashing into the present. Memories flooded my mind, the laughter, the warmth, and the sting of betrayal. I felt the walls closing in, pressing against my chest, each heartbeat a reminder of the lives we had lost to the cruel hands of fate. "Please," Mara gasped, reaching out, her fingers trembling like fragile reeds in a storm. Are you in pain?" The question hung heavy, a plea wrapped in desperation. And I realized then, we were not just seeking guidance, we were seeking absolution. Forgiveness for our failures, for our silence. The spirit hovered, the air thickening with emotion, a tapestry woven from love and heartache. As the figure drew nearer, I could see the ethereal glow of her form, shimmering with the weight of countless stories etched into her very being. Jay's grip tightened on my arm, and I knew we were standing at the precipice of something monumental. "Tell us what we need to know," he breathed, voice trembling like a candle in the wind. But the spirit's gaze held us captive, drawing us into the depths of her sorrow, and I could feel the world around us fading, slipping into the shadows. We had come seeking guidance on the afterlife, but in this moment, it felt as if the afterlife was seeking us. Was this the point of it all? To face the ghosts we had tried to forget, to confront the grief that lay buried beneath the surface. The night pressed on, and the winds whispered secrets too deep to grasp, leaving us hanging on the edge of revelation. The spirit seemed to beckon us closer, a silent invitation to unravel the threads of our own fears. And just when I thought I could reach her, she vanished, swallowed by the darkness, leaving us trembling in silence. Mara's breath hitched as she stepped back, and I could feel the weight of her heart breaking. "What now?" she whispered, and I felt the echoes of our unfulfilled questions hanging in the air, thick as fog. "I don't know," I admitted, my voice barely a breath. But deep inside, I realized we were not done yet. The quest for understanding had only just begun, and the darkness still held answers that could lead us back to the light. The night stretched on, a canvas of uncertainty before us, and I could feel the threads tying us together, binding our hearts in a tapestry of hope and despair. The journey was far from over, it was only just beginning. In the dim light of a flickering candle, shadows danced across the walls, twisting and contorting into forms both familiar and grotesque. The air was thick with silence, punctuated only by the occasional crackling of the flame. I stood at the edge of a small room, the scent of sage lingering like a whispered prayer, and my heart raced with the weight of what was to come. A figure loomed in the corner, her silhouette draped in a shawl patterned with intricate designs that breathed life into the very fabric of her existence. It was Lena, my sister, her eyes glazed over as if she could see beyond the veil of this world into the one that awaited us all. She was lost, caught in the liminal space between life and death, her spirit wrestling with the echoes of the ancestors that filled the air. A bead of sweat trailed down my spine, pooling in the small of my back. I felt the tension tightening around my chest, squeezing tighter with every heartbeat. "Do you see them?" she asked, voice trembling, almost a whisper. "The ones who came before?" I didn't reply. How could I? The weight of their presence was palpable, a ghostly chorus that filled the cracks of my mind. I wanted to tell her that I felt them too, that I could almost reach out and touch the ethereal forms swirling around her, but fear held my tongue like a vice. The ancestors, those specters of our lineage, demanded respect, and in their gaze lay both comfort and terror. Just then, the door creaked open, and in walked our mother, her face shadowed yet steadfast. Like a guardian between realms, she carried the weight of our family's history in her bones. The moment she entered, a chill swept through the room, and I could taste the salt of grief on my lips. We had lost our father only weeks prior, and the space he left behind felt infinite, filled with echoes and unspoken words. "Lena," our mother said, her voice a low rumble against the stillness, "let them rest." But Lena wasn't ready. She clutched a piece of art, a small wooden carving of a spirit guide, a coyote, its eyes glinting with secrets. "He wants me to follow him," she said, her voice rising in intensity, each word laced with desperation. "He wants to show me the afterlife. Every heartbeat drew me closer to the edge of despair as I watched Lena's resolve unravel. The coyote, a trickster, a guide, was both a beacon of hope and a harbinger of chaos. I remembered the stories our father used to tell, tales of how the afterlife was a journey, a path entwined with the roots of our ancestors, a place where the spirits danced under the stars, where love was eternal. But those stories also hinted at darkness. What if Lena's guide led her not to peace, but to shadows? I remember, I whispered, forcing the memory to surface, the laughter of the summer spent in the fields, the warmth of sunlight dancing on our skin. I remembered the stories, the art that depicted the afterlife, the vibrant hues of red and blue forming images of warriors and wise women, each stroke a testament to the love and pain woven into our existence. I remember, I closed my eyes, the world fading away, only to be replaced by the vivid imagery of the past, the colors of the earth, the songs of the birds, the laughter of sweat-soaked children playing in the fields. Each piece of art hung like a window into another world, where spirits roamed freely, unchained by the pain of the living. "Mom," I pleaded, "can't you see? They're calling to her." But our mother's gaze hardened, the weight of loss clouding her vision. She stepped forward, reaching for Lena, but her fingers fell short of grasping the fragile thread that bound her to this world. "Listen to me, Lena," she said, her voice raw, trembling with authority and fear. "The afterlife is not a place to rush into. It is a sacred journey, not a whim." The air thickened, the shadows drawing closer, each heartbeat reverberating with the unrelenting truth that lingered just out of reach. Lena's grip tightened around the coyote, wide-eyed and feverish, inviting chaos into our fragile moment. And then it hit me, the fear, the love, the overwhelming need to protect her from the abyss that yawned before us. I stepped closer, blocking my mother's path, the air buzzing with the electricity of my resolve. What if she needs to take this journey? What if it's her destiny? In that moment, the room stood still. A single breath hung in the air, laden with the weight of unfinished stories. I could feel the ancestors watching, their presence wrapping around us like a heavy cloak, urging us to make a choice. Lena's eyes sparkled with tears, her heart racing against the relentless march of time. "I have to know," she whispered, her voice breaking through the tension like a fragile thread. "I have to go." With every word, the shadows crept closer, the specters of our past intertwining with the fabric of our future. I felt the weight of their eyes upon us, the echoes of laughter and sorrow mingling, binding us together across the ages. The coyote stirred, its spirit calling, the pulse of the afterlife thrumming in the silence. And in that moment, I understood. The afterlife wasn't merely a destination, it was a tapestry woven from the threads of our existence, shaped by every heartbeat, every tear, every whispered prayer. I could see it now, the vivid murals of our ancestors painted against the vast cosmos, the vibrant colors of their stories bleeding into the night sky. As Lena took a step toward the door, I knew we were standing on the brink of something monumental. The shadows beckoned, the ancestors whispered, and we were faced with choices that would echo into eternity. In this suspended breath of time, the afterlife was not an ending but a beginning, something that pulsed with the promise of connection, of understanding, of unbreakable bonds that spanned the dimensions of existence. In the swirling chaos, we were not lost, we were found. The confrontation was only beginning, the threads of our fates intertwined, and as Lena stepped forward, the darkness welcomed her. My heart raced, the weight of the moment pressing down, and I couldn't help but wonder, where would this path lead us? Thunder cracked like a whip in the night sky, splitting the air and sending a tremor through the damp earth. Clara stood in the graveyard, her breath rising in frantic clouds before her, soaking in the swirling mist that clung to her skin like an unwanted shroud. She could hardly recognize the place, it felt foreign, even as it cradled the remnants of her past. The stones loomed like specters, each etched with names, ghosts of lives once lived, loves once cherished. Each one whispered to her, urging her to remember, to feel, to believe. But belief was a burden, heavy and suffocating. The world had shifted beneath her feet, and she was caught in the tumult of modernity, a swirling cacophony of technology, cynicism, and fleeting distractions. Memories of her grandmother's stories echoed in her mind, tales of the afterlife where souls danced in ethereal fields, reuniting with ancestors and basking in the warmth of eternal love. Yet tonight, all she felt was the chill of doubt. "I remember," she whispered to the shadows, "when the dead were not just memories, but part of every conversation, every flicker of candlelight." Her voice trembled, breaking against the howl of the wind. She could see him now, Lucas, her younger brother, his face a canvas of pain and confusion, kneeling at a grave that felt too fresh, too raw. "I thought they went somewhere better," he choked, looking up at Clara, eyes glistening with tears that refused to fall. "But what if they're just gone?" The words fell between them like stones, heavy and unyielding. The air thickened with fear, the kind that wraps around your throat like a vengeful vine. Clara felt the weight of her brother's grief, his disillusionment a reflection of her own doubts. Modernity had seeped into their lives, believers turned skeptics, wrapped in the cold, sterile arms of reason. Ghost stories felt like childish fables, promises of the afterlife faded into the hum of machines and the flicker of screens. "I remember," she began again, her heart pounding against her ribcage like a frantic prisoner. "I remember when the stars were lanterns guiding the souls home." But her words felt empty, echoing back at her like a hollow promise. "Does it even matter now?" A siren wailed in the distance, pulling at the fabric of the night, reminding them of the world beyond this sacred space, a world that no longer whispered of spirits and journeys across the threshold. Clara could almost hear the laughter of her grandmother, the warmth of her embrace lingering in the air, yet it was drowned out by the relentless rush of time, each tick of the clock a reminder of the lives they lived and lost. "Clara," Lucas's voice sliced through her reverie, sharp and desperate. "What if we're the last ones who believe? What if everything we were taught was just a lie?" The words hung in the air, a bitter truth that clawed at their hearts. For a fleeting moment, Clara's thoughts spiraled, visions of their lives, tangled in threads of history, myth, and the ever-looming specter of science. A world where ghosts were mere chemicals and thoughts dispersed into nothingness. But beneath all that, buried deep, was a flicker of something more. A stubborn ember refusing to die. "I remember," she pressed on, her voice rising, filling the night. "I remember the stories. The ones that wrapped around us like blankets, keeping the darkness at bay. But that darkness was here now, creeping in with the shadows, taunting them with its icy fingers." The tree swayed, bending as if trying to listen, to understand. Clara felt the earth beneath her shift, a reminder that the end was an inevitable reality, a reality that modernity had made easier to ignore. "Do you think they're watching us?" Lucas asked, eyes wide, the boy in him wavering against the man he was forced to be. "What if they know we've forgotten?" Her heart shattered at the thought. The weight of his question hung there, a living thing. "Then we must remember," she whispered fiercely, "for them. For us." As if in response, the wind picked up, swirling around them, carrying echoes of lost voices, fragments of laughter, cries of grief, whispers of hope. Clara's pulse quickened. She could feel the connection, the threads of love, loss, belief, and doubt intertwining like the roots of the ancient trees around them. In that moment, an idea sparked, a rebellion against the tide of modernity that threatened to drown their traditions. "We can't let them go," she said, determination coursing through her veins. "We can tell their stories, share their lives. They deserve to live on, in our hearts, in our tales." But Lucas shook his head, the shadows deepening in the hollows of his cheeks. "What if it's too late? What if no one listens anymore?" Her breath hitched, a shard of despair piercing through her resolve. "Then we'll make them listen." The challenge hung between them, daring the cosmos to respond. As thunder rumbled again, a crack split the sky, and for a heartbeat, Clara thought she saw something, a flicker of light, a shape shimmering in the darkness. It beckoned to her like a long-lost friend, a reminder that perhaps the stories were not just figments of the imagination, but a lifeline tethering them to a realm beyond comprehension. "I remember," she murmured, clutching her brother's hand. "I remember the magic. The belief." Hope surged within her, pushing back against the tide of doubt. And then, as the storm loomed larger, Clara felt a crack in the modern facades around them. The fears, the doubts, the disillusionment, like a tapestry unraveling thread by thread, revealed a truth buried deep, that the heart of every tradition was the very act of remembering. A flicker. A heartbeat. A resonance. The past, the present, and the future collided in a cosmic dance, and for a moment, just a moment, she felt alive, felt connected, felt whole. The world may be shifting, but the essence of belief, the weight of memory, was as eternal as the stars. And as they stood together, engulfed by the storm and shadows, Clara knew this was only the beginning. The wind howled through the hollow trees, a lament echoing through the night, as shadows danced like restless spirits under the pale moon. I stood there, paralyzed, my breath hitching in my chest. Somewhere, a wolf howled, a sound both haunting and beautiful, a reminder that death and life are forever intertwined. My heart raced, pounding like the war drums of my ancestors, throbbing with the weight of unspoken fears and unanswered questions. Is there an afterlife? My brother had asked, just days before the accident, his eyes searching mine with a desperate intensity. I could still hear his voice, a fragile thread pulling me back, taunting me. I could smell the cedar smoke of the fire where we sat, feel the warmth of the flames on my skin. I had brushed him off then, joking about the old stories we heard from our grandmother, how the souls of the departed journeyed through the stars, guided by the spirits of their kin, reclaiming their place in the sky. But now, standing here, the absence of his laughter felt like a chasm, an abyss threatening to swallow me whole. And there was Maria, my childhood friend, always the dreamer, her eyes sparkling with visions of worlds beyond this one. She had a way of weaving the fabric of her thoughts into dreams so vivid they felt like reality. What if we meet again in the stars, she whispered once, her voice barely a sigh against the backdrop of the night. Now, as I stood in this fractured landscape of grief, I wondered if Maria's dreams held more truth than I had ever dared to accept. Why didn't I listen? The question clawed at me, sharp and relentless. The weight of my choices pressed down, heavier than the silence that encased us. My brother's absence was palpable, a ghost in the night. I remembered our grandmother's stories of the Great Spirit, her voice ringing with authority, how the eagle carried souls to the afterlife, flying high above the earth, unburdened by flesh. But what if my brother was lost? What if he wandered, trapped between worlds, searching for a way home? The night wrapped around me like a shroud. I could feel the pull of the cosmos, the stars glimmering like lost souls, beckoning from the depths of the universe. Time slipped away, and I was no longer just a witness, I was a participant in a cosmic dance between life and death, between spirit and matter. The air was thick with the scent of earth and decay. You will see me again, I whispered into the void, hoping the words would reach him, wherever he was. Maria's laughter echoed in my memory, a bittersweet reminder of our childhood dreams. She had often painted the afterlife in vibrant hues, a place where joy reigned, where the spirit was unshackled from the pain of the living. But now, I felt the cold grip of despair. What if it's just darkness? I thought, a chill creeping down my spine. In that moment, I was no longer just a seeker of answers, I was a woman grappling with the terrifying unknown. The clock ticked in the background, relentlessly marking the passage of time, each tick a reminder of the finite nature of existence. It was a cruel joke, this relentless march toward the inevitable. I recalled ancient texts, the words of other cultures, their interpretations of the afterlife. The Egyptians, with their elaborate burial rites, believed in a realm of eternal judgment, where hearts were weighed against the feather of Ma'at. The Buddhists, with their cycle of rebirth, spoke of the soul's journey through suffering toward enlightenment. Different paths, yet all leading to the same truth: we fear what we do not understand. And here I was, standing on the precipice between belief and doubt, trapped in a cacophony of contrasting ideas. The Native American concept of the afterlife felt like a warm embrace compared to the cold realities of other traditions. The notion of returning to the earth, of becoming one with the land, was it not a comforting thought in this tumultuous existence? I could almost sense my brother among the trees, his laughter carried by the wind, a part of everything, an eternal cycle that transcended time. I remembered my grandmother's stories, how she spoke of the ancestors watching over us, guiding us through the trials of life. They are never truly gone, she would say, her eyes shining with wisdom. I longed for her comfort now, her presence a balm for my aching heart. Could it be that my brother, like the eagle, soared above us, unburdened by the pain of his departure? The thought both terrified and soothed me. But then I saw it, a flicker in the darkness, a shadow moving against the moonlit backdrop. My heart raced, an animal trapped in a corner. "Is it you?" I called out into the night, the words spilling from my lips before logic could stop me. The wind howled louder, carrying the whispers of the past. Suddenly, there he was, a figure emerging from the shadows, his face familiar yet transformed. "Why did you let me go?" he asked, his voice laced with sorrow and accusation, as if my own doubts had manifested into this haunting apparition. I could feel the icy grip of fear tighten around my throat. "I didn't know," I cried, tears streaming down my face. "I didn't understand." The darkness pressed in, but I held onto the thread of hope that refused to unravel. In that moment, I realized, perhaps the answer lay not in the stories but in the connections we maintain, in the love that threads through the fabric of existence, binding hearts beyond the veil of death. And as the figure in the shadows began to dissolve, I understood that the afterlife was not merely a destination but a continuous journey, interwoven with the lives we touch. The echoes of our laughter, the warmth of shared moments, they linger like the traces of starlight, forever illuminating the darkness. I took a breath, the air thick with possibility. The wind whispered through the trees, an eternal chorus of life and death, carrying stories from the past into the present. The clock continued its relentless ticking, but I no longer felt its weight. Instead, I held on to the beauty of the unknown, the promise that love transcends, that souls dance in the unseen realms beyond. And as I stepped away, leaving the shadows behind, I felt the warmth of the fire drawing me back, the laughter of my brother and Maria echoing in my heart, a reminder that every end is but a new beginning, a cycle that spins onward into eternity, tethered by love, boundless and unbroken. A shroud of darkness enveloped the village as the clock struck midnight, its chime echoing like a funeral dirge across the cobblestone streets. Shadows danced on the walls of the old church, flickering from the candles that fought valiantly against the whispering wind. The air was thick with tension, an almost palpable fear, as the villagers gathered in secret, each heartbeat a drumroll of dread and anticipation. Silas stood at the edge of the gathering, his breath shallow, the weight of loss hanging on him like a cloak. Today, they would honor the dead, but first, they would confront their own demons. He could still hear her laughter, that ethereal sound breaking through the fog of despair. Clara! She had been the light, the vibrance, the heartbeat of their world, a world now steeped in grief. The haunting melody of the flute echoed in the distance, weaving through the chilling night air. It called to him, a siren song of longing and regret. He remembered how they danced under the stars, her dress swirling like the night sky, vibrant and free. But fate had twisted their joy, snatching her away and leaving him with nothing but echoes. And there was Mara, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, hovering at the fringes of the gathering like a ghost herself. She had lost her younger brother just a week before, a fragile soul snuffed out too early. Guilt gnawed at her insides. She had been too busy chasing dreams, too entangled in her own ambitions to notice the dark shadow creeping closer. Now, every note of that damned flute pierced her heart, a sharp reminder that life was fleeting, that joy could turn to ash in an instant. The rhythm of her own pulse felt like a fragile drum, beating out a desperate plea, will they remember him? Will they remember me? As the music swelled, the villagers moved into a circle, their hands trembling, uncertain. They had come to honor the dead, but it felt like they were dancing on the edge of a precipice. Silas caught Mara's gaze, and in that moment, a flicker of understanding passed between them, a shared sorrow, a desperate need to express what lay buried beneath the surface. This was no mere ceremony. This was a reckoning. The drumbeats began, deep and resonant, pulling them into a trance. The tempo quickened, wild and untamed, mirroring the chaos within their souls. Each thud echoed memories, of laughter, of love, of loss. Clara's face flashed before Silas's eyes, her smile a beacon. But shadows danced in the corners of his mind, whispering that the joy was gone, that all that remained were hollow echoes and endless night. Mara stepped into the circle, the flickering flames casting a ghostly glow on her features. "For you, dear brother," she murmured, the words barely a whisper, yet they held the weight of 1,000 unspoken sorrows. She moved into the rhythm, her body flowing like water, each movement a plea to the universe, see me. Remember me. the sorrow wrapped around her like a shroud, yet with every step, she wove a story of hope, of heartbreak, of what was lost but could still be felt. The villagers watched, entranced, as if she were a spirit summoned from the depths of their collective grief. She poured herself into the dance, raw and unrefined, a tangible testament to the pain that lay beneath the surface. Silas felt his heart tighten with the intensity of it all. He could no longer be a spectator. Clara had once told him that the dance was a bridge to the afterlife, a way to connect the living with the dead, to blur the lines of existence. She had believed fervently in the power of music to heal. And now, he was desperate to believe it too. The flute wailed, a longing cry that seemed to curl around them, binding their souls in a fragile embrace. Silas stepped forward, his movements clumsy at first, but he felt the pulse of the drum guiding him, urging him to shed the weight of his grief. He twirled into the fray, arms outstretched, and for a fleeting moment, Clara was there. He could feel her spirit swirling around him, an echo of warmth flickering in the dark. He remembered telling her that life was like a tapestry, each thread woven with joy and sorrow, shimmering in the light of the shared experience. And then, as if conjured by the very act of remembrance, Clara's laughter echoed in the back of his mind. He could see her dancing in the moonlight, her hair a cascade of starlight, a reminder that joy could still exist. With each sway, he felt the stitched-up wounds of his heart begin to unravel, the rhythm of the dance holding him together, even as it pulled him apart. Mara twirled beside him now, their movement sinking, two souls caught in the web of their grief, yet pushing forward into the light. Her brother, his laughter mingling with Clara's, wrapped around them like warmth in the winter chill. They danced for the ones they lost, for the ones who still lingered in the shadows. The past and present collided in that sacred circle, a whirlwind of memories weaving through the air, the music a lifeline connecting them to the beyond. And as the night deepened, so did their understanding. They were not just honoring the dead, they were celebrating the life that still surged within them, the heartbeat of existence refusing to be extinguished. With every throb of the drum, they confronted their fears, their regrets, and their hopes. They danced under the watchful eyes of the stars, forging a connection that transcended the boundaries of life and death. But just as the crescendo reached its peak, something shifted in the air, a chill that rippled through the gathering, a reminder of the fragility of the moment. The music faltered, and within that silence was a weighty truth: in this dance, this ceremony of remembrance, the past never truly leaves. It lingers, an eternal echo in the heart. And with that thought, the music resumed, pulling them back into the fray, pulling them deeper into the swirling chaos of emotion, as their souls intertwined in a haunting symphony that would never truly conclude. They danced, they remembered, and as the night wore on, the shadows whispered promises. There was to be no end, only a continuum, life, death, and the music that tied them eternally. The ground shivers beneath her feet, a deep, throaty growl resonating from the earth's core, a warning she can't ignore. Lena feels the tremor ripple through her bones, an ancient whisper of dread curling around her heart. This is no ordinary quake. The sky is grey, an ominous blanket stretching over the horizon, blotting out the sun, casting the world in eerie twilight. She stumbles back, her breath hitching as the wind howls like a banshee, carrying with it the scent of ash and something sweeter, more sinister, fear. I remember, she whispers, her voice swallowed by the chaos. I remember the stories. Her grandmother's voice echoes in her mind, weaving tales of the land, of the ancient spirits who once roamed freely, their laughter mingling with the rustling leaves. But now, the spirits are silent, their laughter replaced with screams as the ground buckles and splits. This is the reckoning, she thinks, the moment they warned her about. Across the valley, Marcus stands, frozen in disbelief, his eyes wide like saucers. He's never seen the earth rage like this, not in all his 27 years. The trees sway violently, roots clawing at the soil, as if trying to escape a fate worse than death. This isn't just nature, this is a furious response, a message scrawled in the language of destruction. He grips his phone, a flimsy lifeline to a world that feels increasingly removed from reality. There's no signal, no solace in the glow of a screen. All he has is the growing sense of loss, a loss that gnaws at him like a wolf waiting in the shadows. I remember, he mutters under his breath, his mind spiraling back to childhood nights spent around the fire, stories of ancestors who danced with storms and befriended thunder. They said the land remembers. But what of the land that remembers too much, the land that has grown weary of human arrogance? As the ground shakes again, Lena's heart races, each beat a drum calling her to action. She could run, escape to the safety of her car, yet something tethers her to this cursed soil, a pull she cannot comprehend. Her body is both alive and dead, the spirit world brushing against her like a thin veil. She feels them, those who came before her, their voices mingling with the chaos. They want her to listen, to understand. Marcus stumbles toward her, eyes wild, a tempest of emotion behind them. "We should leave," he shouts, but it feels futile. The earth is alive, an angry beast that will not let them go. The stories don't matter anymore. His shout is desperate, a plea laced with the knowledge of failure and loss. But Lena shakes her head, the storm swirling around her, a tempest of memory and pain. "I remember," she says again, voice steady as a stone amidst the chaos. "They said we have to honor the spirits." They're angry. The wind howls like a feral child, and the ground shudders in agreement. Each tremor is a reminder of the balance they've upset, the promise is broken. Flashes of memories flood her mind, dreams of laughter and joy, but also of scars etched deep in the land, the rivers choked with refuse, the skies blackened with smoke. "We've forgotten," she cries, the words bursting forth like lava, raw and uncontrollable. "We're the ghosts now." Marcus hesitates, and for a moment, they share a single heartbeat, two souls suspended in time, held captive by their own histories. The trepidation in his eyes melts into something profound, a recognition that runs deeper than blood. "Then we have to remember together," he replies, a spark igniting in his chest as he steps closer. "We can't let them take this from us." The air crackles with energy, a storm brewing not just above, but within them. Lena can feel the surge, a pulse that echoes through her veins. The stories are alive, begging to be reclaimed. She thinks of the natural disasters that have swept through communities, the stories of survival etched into the faces of her people, each a testament to endurance, to the spirits that guide them even in the darkest of nights. Suddenly, the ground heaves again, a violent shudder that steals the breath from Lena's lungs. She gasps, "Hold on," as the earth splits further, a chasm yawning open, dark and hungry. But instead of fear, she feels a strange thrill coursing through her, a recognition of power, unshackled. She reaches for Marcus, and their fingers intertwine, a lifeline amidst the chaos. "I remember the stories," she screams above the din, her voice ringing out like a war cry. The earth quakes, but they stand firm, rooted like the ancient trees, unyielding. The wind howls, the storm rages, but together they are a force, two hearts beating as one, echoing the rhythms of the land, the tales of those who walked before them. In that moment, the world around them transforms. The shadows lengthen, the air thick with the weight of the past. They are no longer just witnesses to the fury of nature, they are part of it, woven into the very fabric of existence. The spirits are rising, swirling like smoke, and they can feel the breath of ancestors on their skin, urging them forward. "Don't let go!" Marcus shouts, and Lena feels the heat of his determination meld with her own. The earth continues to roar, but now it feels less like a threat and more like a challenge. They are not running from the storm, they are stepping into it, arms wide open, ready to embrace the chaos and the beauty of their shared history. "I remember," Lena cries once more, and the world seems to pause, breath held tight, as if in reverence for what is yet to come. They are the ghosts of their ancestors, and together they will carve their story into the annals of time. The ground trembles beneath them, but they will rise, not as victims but as warriors, ready to reclaim their rightful place among the stories, unbroken, unyielding, and alive. The wind howled through the trees, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and decay, a reminder that the boundary between this world and the next is frailer than we dare admit. I could hear the distant whispers of the ancestors, their voices swirling around me like shadows, beckoning me to confront the specters of my own fears. I stood there, heart pounding like a war drum, on the edge of the clearing, where the old ceremonial site lay shrouded in twilight. The stones, worn smooth by time, seemed to pulse with life, with history, with spirits trapped in a dance just beyond my reach. My fingers brushed against the cool surface of a stone, and suddenly, I was no longer just observing, I was part of it all. "Why are you here?" The voice, sharp as a shattering glass, cut through the air. It belonged to Nia, her dark eyes boring into mine, fierce and unyielding. I had come seeking answers, needing to understand the weight of our people's beliefs about the afterlife, but all I felt was the pressure of her gaze, heavy with suspicion. "I need to know," I whispered, my breath catching in my throat. "What happens to us when we die?" Nia's jaw clenched, anger rising like a tide. "You think the dead care about your questions? They care about the living. They care about how we honor them." Her words struck like lightning, illuminating the darkness around us, pulling me deeper into the maelstrom of my own insecurities. Beside her stood Kale, his face a mask of uncertainty, his fingers twitching nervously at his side. He had always been the quiet one, the one who listened too much and spoke too little. But now, the tension in the air wrapped around him, squeezing until he finally broke free, stepping forward. "Nia, wait. You were once curious like her. Remember?" She whirled on him, her voice a low growl. "Curiosity doesn't bring the dead back, Kale. It only opens wounds that should stay buried." The shadows of the trees seemed to lean closer, eavesdropping on our exchange, urging me to challenge their beliefs, to navigate the labyrinth of grief that clung to our people like mist. I remembered my grandmother's voice, soft as the first snowfall yet heavy with the weight of loss. "The afterlife is not a destination, but a journey," she'd said, her hands trembling as she wove strands of sage into a braid, a continuation of our stories. My heart ached at the memory, a flood of warmth and sorrow washing over me. But what if those stories fade? What if we forget? I could feel the vulnerability in my voice, the fear that the very essence of who we are could slip away like sand through my fingers. "I remember," Nia said, her anger softening, sitting by the fire with my mother, listening to tales of our ancestors. "They were fierce, they were brave. They still are. They live in us. And if we don't carry them?" I pressed, desperation threading through my words. "If we don't keep the stories alive?" A chill settled thick in the air, and Kale's eyes flickered, a deep sadness drifting across his face like a dark cloud. "I lost my brother last year," he whispered, the weight of his grief palpable. "I didn't even get to say goodbye. What if he's waiting for me? What if I'm the reason he's trapped?" The words hung between us, heavy and thick, like the fog rolling in off the lake. My heart ached for him, an unrelenting thrum of shared pain. I reached out, a connection forged in that raw moment, where grief and love tangled together. "He wouldn't blame you, Kale. He would want you to live, to remember him." "But what if the memories fade?" he asked, his voice breaking, echoing the fear that gnawed at my own heart. "What if I forget the sound of his laughter, the way he would light up a room?" Nia stepped closer, a fierce protectiveness igniting in her. "We are the vessels of their stories. We keep them alive by sharing, by remembering, and by telling the world they existed. Every time you speak their name, they breathe again." The wind picked up, whipping through the trees, carrying with it the echo of laughter and the soft murmur of prayers. I felt it in my bones, a reminder of the interconnectedness of life and death, the fine thread that wove our existence into the vast tapestry of the cosmos. "Do you believe in ghosts?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The question hung suspended in the air, heavy with unspoken tension. Nia shrugged, her defiance softening. "Ghosts are just memories refusing to fade. They cling to us, begging for acknowledgement. But they are not just specters, they are stories." Kale looked at me, eyes glistening with unshed tears. "If I tell his story, does he become real again?" "Yes," I breathed, a daring hope sparking in my chest. "Yes, every single time." The silence that followed was deafening, charged with the weight of our shared grief and the faint flicker of healing. Each heartbeat echoed like a drum, reverberating through the clearing, pulling us closer together until we were no longer three people standing in a circle. We were a community bound by memory, by loss, by the unbreakable strings of our shared existence. The night deepened, cloaked in a veil of uncertainty and possibility. The stars twinkled above, distant and cold, yet each one held the promise of our stories, illuminating the dark corners of our hearts. As we stood there in the haunting stillness, the world faded away, leaving only the echo of our voices, weaving together the tapestry of our lives, past, present, and future. And just as I thought we might find solace in the shared silence, a distant wail echoed through the trees, a call that sent shivers racing down my spine, awakening something primal within me. The night had not finished with us yet. Ghosts lingered, memories begged to be told, and we were only beginning to understand the weight of our legacy, a legacy that was both a burden and a gift. The confrontation with the afterlife was just beginning, and in that moment, I knew it was going to be a battle for our souls. The wind howled eerily, a banshee's wail through the skeletal trees, each branch creaking like the bones of 1,000 ancestors. The night was thick with tension, shadows dancing on the fringes, alive and watching. I stood there, heart pounding like a drum, under a sky mottled with clouds, the moon a ghostly witness to the gathering storm. And then I heard it, a whisper, soft yet insistent, curling around my soul like smoke. They wait. They always wait. I remember the weight of that moment, cold sweat trickling down my spine, as my brother Elias shifted uneasily beside me. His eyes, wild with an unsettling mix of fear and defiance, darted from shadow to shadow. He had always been the brave one, the protector, but tonight he seemed like a child lost in a nightmare. "It's just the wind," he muttered, though even he didn't believe it. The trees swayed, their limbs reaching for something unseen, as if inviting us to join them in an eternal dance of despair. Then there was Myra, our sister, caught in the turmoil of a battle she didn't understand. She knelt in the dirt, fingers sifting through the earth, searching for something, anything, to anchor her to this world. "I can feel them," she said, voice trembling, the raw edge of panic slicing through her usual calm. "They're here. They're always here." Her gaze flicked to the horizon, where darkness swallowed the last remnants of daylight. I wanted to pull her close, shield her from the ghost she felt so intensely. But in that moment, I couldn't even shield myself. "Do you remember the stories?" I whispered, more to myself than to them. "The ones grandmother used to tell." The memories flooded in, sharp and vivid, her voice resonating like a drumbeat, the flickering firelight casting a warm embrace around us. "When we die, we go to the stars, to join those who walk before us. They guide us." But the stories felt fragile now, fraying at the edges like an old tapestry. What if the stars were dimming? What if the spirits were angry? A chilling breeze swept past, carrying the scent of smoke and decay. I closed my eyes, but the images pressed in like a torrential tide, faces from the past, haunting yet familiar. I could see our ancestors, their eyes like embers, pleading for recognition. They had lived and died, their stories woven into the fabric of our very existence. Yet, here we were, adrift in a world that wanted to forget them. A world that dismissed our beliefs as relics of the past, mere remnants of a forgotten time. Elias clenched his fists, the tension in his body palpable. "We can't let them take our stories," he growled, defiance mixing with desperation. "We can't lose them." His voice cracked, echoing against the vast silence that enveloped us. But what did that mean? How could we hold on to the intangible, the ethereal? The weight of our ancestral legacy felt like a stone around my neck, dragging me down into the depths of despair. Myra's hands trembled as she picked up a small, worn feather, a relic from a bygone era, and it seemed to glint in the dim light. "This is a part of them," she murmured, almost reverently. "It connects us." I watched as she held it up to the sky, the feather a bridge between our world and theirs. "We must remember, we must believe." Her words clung to the air, soaked in both hope and fear. Clouds gathered above, thick and ominous, the wind swirling with a violent intensity, as if nature herself was caught in the throes of a cosmic battle. Shadows played tricks on my mind, twisting the familiar into something grotesque and unfamiliar. What if we are the last? I breathed, the thought a bitter pill lodged in my throat. What if our stories die with us? Elias turned to me, desperation etched across his features, a flicker of vulnerability breaking through his bravado. "Then we fight," he said fiercely, eyes blazing. "We fight for them." The resolve in his voice sent shivers down my spine, igniting a spark long buried beneath layers of doubt. Yes, our stories were more than mere words, they were lifelines, truths that transcended time, anchoring us in a world that sought to erase us. Myra nodded, her spirit ignited by this sacred purpose. "We must honor them," she urged, her voice stronger now, each word a mantra. "In every heartbeat, every breath, we forge a connection." The air crackled with emotion as we stood united, the weight of our ancestors pressing heavily on our shoulders, yet igniting a fire within. Suddenly, a flash of lightning split the sky, illuminating the landscape in stark relief. For a heartbeat, I could see them, figures in the distance, shrouded in mist, their faces a blend of sorrow and strength. They were there, watching, waiting. The realization hit me like a tidal wave: their resilience was our lifeline. We were not alone, we were part of a continuum, a tapestry of existence that spanned generations. In that moment, I understood, we were their voices, their echoes in a world that had turned a deaf ear. I could feel the weight of history, the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, urging us to rise, to fight against the tide that sought to drown us in forgetfulness. "Then let's begin," I said, my voice fierce and steady. "Let's make them remember." Elias took my hand, and Myra joined us, our bond unbreakable in that primal, electric moment. Together, we stood at the brink of a chasm, ready to leap, to embrace the darkness and the light. This was not just a struggle for belief, it was a declaration of existence, a promise to the ancestors who had walked before us and the generations yet to come. As the storm raged around us, we felt an unmistakable surge, a connection stretching across the cosmos, binding us to the past, present, and future. We were alive, and we would fight to ensure that our stories were carved into the very fabric of the universe, never to be forgotten. And as the echoes of the night wrapped around us, a haunting refrain began to rise, a chorus of resilience that would resonate through time. The clock on the wall ticks, its mechanical heartbeat matching the frantic pulse in my throat. Every second stretches, a taut thread ready to snap, echoing the silence of the room that feels like a tomb. I can almost hear the whispers of the dead, flitting through the air like moths to a flame, pulling at my consciousness. There's a chill that clings to the air, seeping into my bones, as I grasp the edge of the table, feeling the splinters bite into my palms. "You can't do this to me," I whisper, my voice trembling, a fragile bird caught in a storm. Across from me, Sarah's eyes are pools of despair, swirling with shadows and a hint of something darker, an urgency that thrums beneath her skin. "We have to try," she says, her voice like a candle flickering in a gust of wind, threatening to extinguish at any moment. She clutches the crystal pendant around her neck, her fingers white-knuckled and trembling, as if it's the last tie to a world that feels increasingly foreign. It glows faintly in the dim light, a beacon of hope, or maybe a curse. "Try? Try? You mean play with forces we don't understand?" I laugh, a harsh, jagged sound that slices through the tension. The room holds its breath, and I can feel the weight of the air pushing down on us, thick with grief and longing. "You think they're just waiting for us to call them back? They're gone, Sarah. Don't you see?" But her gaze is resolute, the kind of fierce determination that can ignite a fire in the darkest of nights. "You're scared. You're terrified, and that's why you can't see." Her words hang in the air, sharp and serrated, cutting deeper than I expected. "You're lost, just like them." I stumble back, the truth landing like a stone in my stomach. She's right. I'm lost. The memories swirl around me, ghosts of laughter and warmth, their echoes haunting the corners of my mind. I remember my brother, the way he used to tease me, his laughter ringing like church bells on a Sunday morning. And then, just like that, silence. I look at her, my old friend, the only one brave enough to stare into the abyss with me, the only one willing to dance with the ghosts that linger just beyond the veil. Her choice to reach out to the afterlife feels reckless, a high wire act over a chasm of despair, and I want to pull her back, but I can't. Not when my own heart is a tangled mess of unprocessed grief. "Do you really think they're watching us? That they care?" I can barely keep the tremor from my voice. What if they're trapped? What if they want to be left alone? The thought sends chills racing down my spine, the very idea of my brother wandering lost in some shadowy netherworld, searching for a way back to me, gnaws at my sanity. Sarah's breath catches, her eyes narrowing as if she can see something I can't. What if they're not? What if they're just waiting for us to remember them? To give them a voice again? Her intensity crackles in the air like static before a storm, and it fills the room with an electric tension that makes my skin prickle uncomfortably. A part of me wants to scream, to tell her to stop, to back away from the precipice we're so close to teetering over. But another part whispers, soft and insistent, that maybe she's right. Maybe there's a connection between our world and the next, some thread that binds the living to the dead, a tapestry woven from loss and love. I remember, my voice falters as memories wash over me, suffocating and tumultuous. I see my brother smile, feel the warmth of his hand in mine, the way he used to tease me about my terrible haircuts. I remember him laughing. I remember the last time I saw him, the words spill out, raw and unfiltered, a torrent of emotion unleashed. I remember his eyes, how they turned hollow before he slipped away. Sarah's gaze softens, but there's a fire igniting behind it. Then let's not let him fade away. Let's reach out. The conviction in her voice sends shivers down my spine. It's reckless, it's terrifying, but it's also a lifeline. The air changes, thickening with possibility. Shadows dance along the walls, stretching and writhing as if alive. I can almost hear the whispers growing louder, the soft beckoning of the lost. What if we're wrong? I ask, my heart pounding, a drumbeat echoing the tension between fear and hope. What if we're not? She counters, her voice resolute, ringing with conviction that pierces through my doubt like dawn breaking through the night. What if we heal? What if we give them a voice? The thought settles heavily in the room, the weight of its implications looming over us like a storm cloud. I close my eyes, taking a deep breath, trying to ground myself amidst the chaos swirling within. The air is electric, crackling with the weight of what we're about to attempt. I can feel the pulse of the universe, a rhythmic thrum that seems to resonate with the very fabric of our beings. In that moment, we're not just two souls seeking the truth, we're a bridge connecting two worlds, a lifeline thrown across an abyss. The clock ticks on, relentless, but we're ready to step into the unknown, to face whatever lies beyond the shadows. The boundary between the living and the dead blurs, and as we take that first step, our hearts pounding in unity, the echoes of the past and the whispers of the afterlife conjoin, a symphony of longing and hope. In this fleeting moment, I understand, healing is not just for the living, but for the lost as well. And as we reach out, as we beckon, the ghosts that linger on the fringes of memory feel the pull, restless and yearning. This is not an ending, but a beginning, a threshold we're teetering on, the call of the afterlife resonating beneath our feet, urging us to step forward into the darkness, to uncover the truths that bind our worlds together. The air crackles, thick with unease, as I stand at the edge of a cliff, a precipice not just in the physical sense but in the very fabric of existence. Below, the abyss yawns, an unrelenting void that echoes the cacophony of unfulfilled dreams and unspoken words. The stars above flicker like distant memories, teasing and taunting, whispering secrets I can never quite grasp. My heart pounds, a wild drumbeat, urging me to leap into that darkness, to embrace the unknown. I can feel him beside me, Frank, my brother. A spectre of humor, a ghost of laughter, his presence both a balm and a blade. Remember when we tried to make that time machine out of a toaster, he says, a grin dancing on the corner of his lips, even in the face of our impending doom. It's absurd, the way he can conjure joy amidst our suffocating despair. His laughter bubbles up, bright and brittle, like champagne in a glass, ready to shatter with the slightest touch. We figured out how to toast bread and travel back to yesterday's breakfast. What a triumph! I can't help but smirk, despite the choking grip of fear tightening around my throat. Yeah, and we nearly burned the house down, I reply, the words tinged with warmth, a fleeting spark in the crushing weight of our reality. The truth is, laughter, like love, was our lifeline, a flimsy raft in a stormy sea. But now, faced with the spectre of death, it feels more like a cruel joke. As shadows loom larger, I recall the moment that changed everything. Frank's laughter echoed through the halls of our childhood home, a melody that filled every crevice. The way he'd narrate our mundane lives as if they were grand adventures, an epic quest for the last slice of pizza, a battle against the perilous laundry monster. We're warriors of the sock, my dear sister," he'd declare, brandishing mismatched garments as his weapon of choice. "Victory tastes like detergent." But now, that vibrant spirit flickers like a dying candle. Cancer is a thief, robbing us of moments we'd taken for granted, those blissful stretches of time filled with laughter that now feel like hollow echoes. I clutch the wooden railing, splintered and aged, my fingers trembling. "What if this is it, Frank? What if we don't?" He cuts me off, his eyes glimmering with mischief. "What if we do? What if there's a cosmic joke waiting for us on the other side, like a stand-up comedy show in the afterlife? You know, a place where the punchlines are eternal and the laughs never die." I can't help but chuckle, a bitter sound laced with tears. "You think they have popcorn up there? I could really use a buttery distraction." The absurdity of it all pushes against the walls of my heart, a strange lightness in the weight of our mortality, like helium balloons tethered to our souls, longing to float away. And then I meet her gaze, Maya, our childhood friend, standing at a distance. She's always been the dreamer, the one who danced with shadows and made friends with ghosts. Even now, she's wrapped in an ethereal glow, the fabric of her being shimmering with an otherworldly light. Her laughter, too, is a portal, a bridge between this world and the next. "Why so serious?" Maya teases, her voice a lilting melody that cuts through the tension. "You do realize that humor is the only thing that can save us from despair, right? It's like an umbrella in a storm. You can't outrun the rain, but you can laugh while it pours." I watch her, heart aching with the weight of her words. "But what if the storm washes us away?" I whisper, the fear clawing at my insides, raw and relentless. "Then we'll make a splash," she retorts, and in that moment, her lightness washes over me, a balm for my soul. She spins in a wild, carefree dance, her laughter cascading like a waterfall, a siren song calling us back from the brink. I can see it now, the way humor twines through the fabric of our lives, stitching together moments of darkness with threads of light. The cliff feels less perilous, more like a stage where we stand, ready to perform our final act. "You know," I say, voice steadier now, "if I go out, I want it to be with a laugh. Like, here lies the girl who thought she could fly, but forgot to check the wind." The image unfurls in my mind, a surreal blend of tragedy and comedy, a dance between the absurd and the real. Frank's laughter bursts forth, a cascade of sound that shatters the silence surrounding us. "That's the spirit. And if you fall, I'll be your ghostly cheerleader. Go, sis. Soar like a flamingo in a hurricane." The tension begins to bubble, shifting, warping into something unrecognizable yet familiar. There's a magic in this moment, a clarity that transcends the fear of death, a realization that maybe, just maybe, we are all just stardust, remnants of laughter echoing through the cosmos. In the distance, I see the shadows of our lives, those moments that once felt heavy now shift and shimmer, transforming into a kaleidoscope of colors. Memories layered with absurdity and joy, each one whispering, "Life is but a fleeting joke, and we are the punchline." What if this was the truth we'd been seeking? That the afterlife isn't just a realm of dark corridors and ethereal whispers but a stage where humor reigns, an eternal comedy where our spirits dance and laugh freely amidst the chaos. As Frank leans closer, his presence grounding yet ephemeral, I feel a surge of defiance. "Let's rewrite the script," I exclaim, the words tumbling out, wild and untamed. "Let's make it a play filled with humor, lightness, and a sprinkle of madness. Because in the end, we are the authors of our own afterlife narrative." The universe pauses, a heartbeat suspended in time. The stars flicker, the air hums with energy, and for a moment, we are not just siblings standing on a cliff but cosmic beings, floating through the vast expanse of existence, armed with laughter, ready to challenge the darkness. And beneath it all, a whisper, an echo of a truth we are just beginning to understand. The afterlife is waiting, and it is filled with humor, lightness, and the promise of laughter echoing through eternity. The hospital room was a sterile cage, filled with the haunting beeps of machines that punctuated the silence like a ticking clock counting down to the inevitable. The air hung heavy with the scent of antiseptic and unspoken fears. I stood there, heart pounding in my chest, sweat beading on my forehead, as if the very walls were closing in, squeezing the breath from my lungs. My sister, Lily, lay there, pale and motionless, connected to a labyrinth of tubes that snaked around her like sinister vines. "I remember the day we fought," I whispered, my voice cracking like fragile glass. "I remember when I wanted to tear you apart." Her face, once lively with laughter, now seemed to glow unnaturally under the fluorescent lights. Time was slipping through my fingers like grains of sand. I could feel her slipping away. "I'm so sorry," I choked out, desperation seeped into every syllable. "I'm so sorry for everything." It had been years since we were just kids, tangled in backyard adventures, innocent in our mischief. I had flicked her nose and pulled her hair, a part of my life that felt foreign now, so distant from the reality of this moment. I grasped her cold hand, wishing with every ounce of my being that she could squeeze back, that she could wake up and scold me for not being there when she needed me most. And then it happened. A flicker, a spark, a fleeting moment that made my heart leap, her eyelids fluttered. I felt the room shift, a strange energy crackling in the air. "Lily?" Her eyes slowly opened, revealing a swirl of confusion, as if she had just returned from a place beyond what I could comprehend. Then, in a voice barely above a whisper, she spoke. I was somewhere. Her words hung between us, heavy with meaning, and the world outside the hospital's sterile walls faded away. I leaned closer, my breath catching in my throat. "What do you mean? Where did you go?" But before she could respond, her gaze shifted, focusing on something behind me. A shadow seemed to flicker, an echo of something that once was. My heart quickened again, this time more from fear than hope. I turned, but it was only the dim glow of the lights casting eerie shapes on the wall. "I saw Mom," she murmured, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "She was so beautiful." A sudden chill swept through the room, wrapping around me like a shroud. I remembered Mom, full of life, her laughter a melody that filled our home. How could I ever erase that laughter from my memories? Yet here we were, in a place where laughter faded, where shadows loomed large. "Where did she take you?" I pressed, not ready to let go of this moment. "What did you see?" For a heartbeat, her eyes looked far away, as if she was stepping into a memory that was not just hers but belonged to something older, deeper. Time didn't exist there. It was peaceful. I could barely breathe. This wasn't just a conversation. This was something extraordinary. The world was peeling back layers, revealing the thin veil of existence that lay between life and whatever comes next. I remember, she hesitated, the weight of her words pressing down. "I remember seeing your smile, the way it used to light up the room." A tear slid down my cheek. "I miss you, Lily. I miss you so much." But she shook her head, her expression shifting from sorrow to something resembling joy. "I'm here. I'm still here, just different." Suddenly, the room darkened, as if a storm were brewing outside, thunder rumbling just beyond the windows. Then, without warning, the power flickered. Shadows began to dance on the walls, echoing the turmoil in my heart. I could hear the frantic beeping of the machines, the sound of my sister's life hanging by a thread. "I don't want to lose you," I whispered, the words a plea, a desperate cry. "I'm not lost," she replied softly, but I could see the uncertainty in her eyes, the way they flickered with fear. The beeping grew more frantic, and I felt as if the world were unraveling around us. Just then, the door swung open, and a nurse burst in, her expression a mask of urgency. "We need to stabilize her." The chaos erupted around me. The machines whirred and beeped, drowning out her voice. I felt like a ghost, hovering between two worlds, the one where my sister lay in that hospital bed and another where she floated just beyond my reach, dancing with whispers of the past. In those frantic moments, I felt a flicker of doubt, a gnawing thought curling around my heart. Was this all just a trick of the mind? Had I willed her back from the brink with my desperate words, or was this something else, something deeper? As they wheeled her away, I clutched at the edges of reality, a storm raging inside me. I stepped back, my heart pounding. I could hear their voices muffled, the chaos that swirled away from me, pulling me into shadows I didn't want to confront. I remember the silence that followed. I remember how the world, in that fleeting moment, felt both impossibly large and unbearably small. Could she return? Could she come back to me from whatever realm she had just traversed? My thoughts spiraled, and as I stood there, the flickering lights cast long shadows across the floor, where time felt suspended, as if the seconds themselves were holding their breath. I was left standing, grappling with the unknown, my sister's echoes lingering like ghosts in the corners of the room. And suddenly, I felt it, the weight of her absence pressing down, wrapping around my heart with an intensity that dared me to hope. The door swung closed, and I stood alone in the dim light, caught somewhere between fear and faith, heart racing, breath halting, as reality slipped through my fingers like the sand in an hourglass. Time felt suspended, yet the world outside moved on, oblivious to the breaking heart inside. I could only close my eyes, feeling the echoes of our past whispering against my soul, urging me to remember, to believe, that a connection, once forged, could never truly be broken. And still, the shadows danced, and the machines beeped, as time ticked on, relentless, unyielding, a reminder that we were all just passing through, caught between moments, forever searching for signs in the dark. The wind howls like a wailing banshee as the sun sinks behind the jagged peaks, sending shadows creeping across the ground. It feels like an omen, a warning from the spirits who linger just beyond the veil. I stand there, heart racing, breath shallow, my fingers trembling on the rough bark of a cedar tree, listening for the whispers of the ancestors. I can't shake the feeling that tonight is different, that the air is charged, electric, as if the very cosmos is holding its breath, waiting. I remember my mother's voice, soft yet unyielding, reciting the sacred stories of the people. "The stars are our brothers," she used to say, eyes shimmering with an intensity that could ignite the night. "They guide us, they watch over us, even when we can't see them." But what happens when the stories begin to fade, when the stars flicker like dying embers? I feel the weight of her absence pressing down, suffocating. She left without warning, a sudden eclipse in my life. Now, I'm left holding this gaping wound, stitched together by memories and the fear of what lies beyond. "Rena," a voice breaks my reverie, deep and gravelly, resonating with an urgency that makes my spine tingle. Eli stands there, his eyes reflecting the light of the dwindling fire, shadows dancing across his weathered face. He looks like a man who has seen too much yet is still yearning for understanding. "Do you feel that?" he asks, and it's not just a question. It's a plea, a desperate search for connection. I nod slowly, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath my feet. It throbs in rhythm with the thundering in my chest, a reminder that we're alive, yet the ghosts of our past whisper incessantly, filling the air with a cacophony of unresolved sorrow. They're restless, Eli. I can feel them. The words slip out raw and unfiltered. It's a confession, an admission of the fear that gnaws at the edges of my mind. He steps closer, the firelight illuminating his jagged features. "We need to remember," he says, voice thick with emotion. "If we don't, they'll be lost. We'll be lost." There's a desperation in his gaze, a flicker of something deeper, a shared weight we both carry. We're standing on the precipice of forgetting, staring into the abyss of a future where our beliefs about the afterlife, the stories that have anchored us for generations, are slipping away like sand through our fingers. I remember the last time we gathered beneath the stars, the elders telling tales of the great beyond, of spirit journeys and the eternal cycle of life. They spoke of the west wind, carrying souls home, of the feathered serpent guiding the lost. But what happens when those stories fade into echoes? What happens to the spirits who wait, suspended between worlds, trapped by our silence? Tonight, I say, my voice trembling with resolve, we honor them. We'll call them back. It's a reckless idea, a wild hope, but as I look into Eli's eyes, I see him nod, see the resolve blooming in his heart. We both know the danger. The spirits aren't always benevolent. There are shadows lurking in the corners, waiting for the weak, the naive, to falter, to step off the path. Under the blanket of night, we gather what we need, sacred herbs, the essence of the earth itself, a fragile bridge between realms. The fire crackles hungrily, illuminating the circle we create, each flicker a heartbeat, each shadow an echo. The air thickens, charged with the weight of our intentions. I can feel it in my bones, a tingling anticipation laced with fear. Remember, Eli whispers, and I can see the ghosts twirling in the flames, their faces a tapestry of love and loss, of stories untold. We're not just calling them back. We're inviting them home. The gravity of his words hangs heavy in the air, as if the universe is leaning closer, intrigued by our audacity. We begin to chant, voices trembling and raw, rising like the smoke into the cosmos. Each syllable feels like a thread, weaving us together, binding us to the past and present. I close my eyes, surrendering to the rhythm, to the pulse of the earth and the whispers of the wind. The world around us blurs, and I drift into a trance, lost in the echo of memories, my mother's laughter, the stories of old, the warmth of community. But then, a chill races through me, like icy fingers tracing my spine. I open my eyes, startled. The flames flicker violently, shadows stretching and contorting, taking on forms I can't comprehend. I see faces, anguished, lost, searching. They are not just echoes, they are souls, caught in the web of time, yearning for recognition. My heart races, pounding against my ribcage, a frantic drumbeat signaling the chaos that's about to unfold. Eli! I gasp, but my voice is swallowed by the rising wind as the shadows converge, swirling around us, angry and desperate. They scream without sound, a cacophony of sorrow that reverberates through my bones. We must stand firm. Eli's roar cuts through the chaos. We remember. We honor. His voice is a beacon, a lifeline in the storm. I grasp his hand, and together we face the tempest of spirits, the weight of our ancestors pressing down, demanding to be heard. With every breath, I feel the walls around me quaking, the past colliding with the present. I can't escape the sensation of being pulled into something vast and ungraspable, the weight of time and belief crashing over us like a tidal wave. The boundaries dissolve, memories, dreams, and reality blend into a swirling mass of emotion. I can feel their longing, their pain, their stories woven into the very fabric of our beings, and I surge forward, fueled by a fierce determination to honor them. Suddenly, a figure emerges from the darkness, illuminated by the firelight, eyes glimmering with an otherworldly light. It's a woman, ethereal yet solid, her voice a soothing caress amidst the chaos. In her presence, the turmoil begins to calm. You have called, she says, and with that single phrase, the air shifts, heavy with the weight of the unsaid. The spirits linger still, but now, they listen. I hold my breath, tears pooling in my eyes as the reality of our connection washes over me. The future of our beliefs, the very essence of life and death, hangs in the balance. Will we remember? Will they find peace? The thought echoes in my mind, a haunting refrain, as the night deepens and the boundaries between worlds blur and shimmer like the stars above. Time stretches, bends, and I realize this is not just a moment, it's a continuum, a living tapestry where past, present, and future intertwine. We're standing on the edge, holding hands, hearts racing with the knowledge that the echoes of our ancestors will resonate, not just in the silence of the night but throughout the ages. As the wind whispers its secrets and the shadows dance, I know this is only the beginning, the first heartbeat of a story that refuses to end. The ground trembles beneath her feet, the earth alive with anger, and I can feel the heat rise from the cracks, the air thick with the scent of charred wood and something ancient, something sacred. I stand there, paralyzed, watching Mara as she screams, a raw, guttural sound that slices through the chaos. The trees are on fire, their silhouettes dancing against the crimson sky, and her dark eyes reflect a world on the brink of destruction. I can't watch this, she whispers, her voice trembling, yet fierce. I won't let them take it all. In the distance, shadows loom, figures cloaked in authority with their machines rumbling like thunder, tearing through the land we once called home. They are there to extract, to consume, their greed palpable in the air. Mara's spirit, though tethered to this earth, thrums with the pulse of the ancestors, each heartbeat echoing their warnings. I remember the stories, oh, how they used to wrap around me like a warm blanket, the tales of the spirits that danced in the moonlight and the land that whispered back. But now, those whispers are drowned out by the roar of chainsaws and the choking cloud of smoke. Help me, she cries, and the anguish in her voice is like ice shattering in my chest. I see it all, the memories of our childhood, the laughter shared beneath the sprawling branches of the great oaks, the promises we made to protect this sacred ground. But life pulled us apart, and I let her carry the weight alone. Now, I stand at the precipice of her despair, guilt wrapping around my throat like a noose. Mara's hands clench into fists, dirt crusting under her fingernails, evidence of her fight. They don't understand, she murmurs, breathless. This land is alive. It's not just trees and soil, it's a spirit, and it's crying. Don't you hear it? I want to say yes, to scream my agreement, but the truth sits heavy in my throat. I remember everything. They told us to forget, to move on, to grow up and get jobs, to leave behind the wildness that thrummed in our veins. I remember the time we found that abandoned cabin, the way the light danced through the broken windows, how we swore to protect the forest that cradled our secrets. But what good are promises when life shifts like sand beneath your feet? Suddenly, there's a crash, a shattering echo that sends a flock of birds spiraling into the twilight sky. The figures in the distance roar with laughter, oblivious to the devastation they leave behind, and I find myself shaking, rage igniting within me like a dormant volcano. I glance at Mara, her face illuminated by an orange glow, and see the fierce determination etched into her features. I have to do something, she breathes, her voice steady. If not me, then who? The question lingers like a ghost, cold and haunting, and I feel it curl around my ribs. I want to reach out, to tell her she's not alone, but I am paralyzed by my own cowardice. A chill runs down my spine, and in that moment, I remember the stories of the guardians, the ones who stood between the living and the dying, the protectors of the land who battled against the encroaching shadows. I remember the whisper of leaves, the rustle of the wind, the promise of life that refuses to yield. Mara's eyes blaze with wild fervor, and as she turns toward the destruction, I see a flicker of something else, a hint of despair curling in the corners of her defiance. I won't let them win, she whispers, and I can't help but wonder if that's a promise to the land, to herself, or to the spirits that linger in the air. Wait! I shout, the words bursting forth like a dam breaking. What if we're too late? What if this is all for nothing? The fear in my voice slices through the tension, and she turns to me, eyes wide with hurt. Then we fight. We fight for what's left. Her voice trembles, filled with a fierce sorrow that cascades through me, each word a plea, a challenge, a spark of hope. The stories say our ancestors are watching. They feel it. The pain. The loss. If we don't stand up now, we'll lose everything. Not just the land but the spirit of our people. I can't let that happen. I stand frozen, my heart pounding in my chest, the weight of her words pressing down like the heavy clouds that promise rain. I remember the songs of the earth, the dreams woven into the fabric of the stars, the whispers that speak of the afterlife. The elders told us that the land lives on, that it carries our spirits, our legacies. But what if we fail? What if we're just echoes lost in the wind? Behind us, the fire crackles, a relentless beast consuming everything in its path. Shadows stretch and twist like specters at the edge of my vision, and I feel the weight of the past bearing down. The tales of bravery and sacrifice float in the air like smoke, and I find my breath quickening, my resolve hardening. I remember, I mutter, and my voice surprises me. I remember the promise we made to the land. We have to fight, Mara. Together. Her eyes widen, and a flicker of something akin to gratitude dances in her gaze. Then let's show them what we're made of, she breathes, and together we step forward into the inferno, our hearts pounding in sync. Around us, the world blurs, the forest alive with a pulse we can't ignore. I can taste the ash on my tongue, feel the heat of the earth beneath us, and as we run toward the chaos, I remember the legends, the spirits that rise from the ashes, the guardians that protect what is sacred. This isn't just about survival, it's about awakening the echoes of the past, igniting a flame that will refuse to be extinguished. As the shadows close in, I feel the weight lift, the fear transform into something raw and visceral. Maybe we aren't lost. Maybe we are merely waking up. The battle for the land, for the ancestors, for the memories that cling like dew on a fresh morning will echo through the ages. In the heart of the fire, we become something new, an unbreakable bond forged in the crucible of despair and hope. And in that moment, as we charge forward, I realize the fight isn't just for the land, it's for our very souls. The afterlife isn't an end, it's a beginning, and we are the ones destined to carry the stories forward. The night is dark, but we will shine like the stars, illuminating the path for those who come after. The night fell heavy, draping itself over the gathering like a shroud, starlit, yet stifling. The air buzzed with tension, palpable as electricity, crackling between the two tribes huddled around the fire. Shadows danced, flickering in and out of existence, whispering secrets of the past, of loss, of unyielding hope. I remember the way the flames licked at the darkness, casting faces into sharp relief, etched with worry, anger, fear, and the kind of sorrow that makes you feel older than your years. I remember the quiet before the storm. Anya stood at the edge of the circle, her fists clenched tightly, nails digging into her palms as if she could anchor herself against the tide of uncertainty. "They don't understand," she spat, voice thick with venom and heartbreak. Her brother, Eli, shifted beside her, eyes scanning the crowd, searching for solace in the chaos. "They think our stories are just tales," he murmured, voice low and growling like distant thunder. "But they hold our truths. They are everything." "Everything," she echoed, but her gaze was distant, lost somewhere between the flickering flames and the ghosts of their ancestors. It was a haunting silence, one that weighed heavily, pressing against her chest. She thought of her grandmother, her voice weaving through the air like smoke, rich with wisdom. "Stories can build bridges or walls, Anya. Choose wisely." And yet here they were, poised on the edge of an abyss, swirling with the storms of their childhood. The echoes of laughter turned to bitter memories. The other tribe, the one that had always seemed like a reflection in a cracked mirror, stood on the other side, a counterpoint to their own existence. The air thick with unspoken grievances and tales untold. Eli pulled Anya back to the moment, the jagged edges of their reality biting at their resolve. "They will listen," he insisted, fervor rising, igniting a fire of passion within her. "We will make them listen." But the uncertainty loomed like a dark cloud. The silence stretched, each heartbeat punctuating the fragile air. Her heart raced, each thud a reminder of the stakes, the weight of legacy pressing down. "And what if they don't?" she whispered, the fear spilling from her lips, raw and unfiltered. "What if our stories are drowned in their indifference?" A shiver traced her spine, memories clawing their way to the surface. The echoes of her childhood, the warmth of the sun filtering through the trees, the laughter of children at play, the songs that had filled the air like sweet nectar. But there were shadows too, lurking just beyond the light. The echoes of betrayal, of kin turned against kin, the very fabric of their existence fraying under the weight of greed and misunderstanding. While Anya wrestled with her demons, Eli clutched a small carving in his pocket, a talisman of their heritage, a reminder of who they were. He pulled it out, the smooth wood cool against his palm. "This," he said, voice low and steady, "this is what we fight for. Our stories, our truths, they live in these pieces." The other tribe was moving now, murmurs bubbling to the surface, skepticism mingling with curiosity. A figure stepped forward, an elder with a face carved by time, eyes like pools of ancient wisdom. "You speak of stories," he said, voice gravelly, "but what weight do they carry if they are not shared in trust?" Anya felt the air shift, a tension tightening like a noose. "Trust is built on understanding," she shot back, her spirit igniting, "but how can we understand when we're not even willing to listen?" "Words are not enough," the elder replied, his gaze piercing. "You must show us. Show us the truth of your stories." And there it was, the challenge, the crucible they had stepped into unknowingly. Eli felt the weight of expectation settle over him, a mantle of responsibility. "Then let us dance," he said, a spark igniting in his chest. "Let us share our stories through the trembling of our limbs." Anya felt the urge to retreat, to hide behind the walls she had built, but Eli's determination surged through her, a lifeline pulling her back into the light. They began to move, the rhythm of their bodies echoing the beat of their hearts. The fire crackled, the flames leaping higher, reaching for the stars, as if the cosmos itself was urging them on. The air thickened with emotion, memories swirling like shadows, weaving between the two tribes. Anya felt her ancestors at her back, urging her forward, the weight of their histories pressing down on her, filling her with a sense of purpose. She reached for the sky, her movements fluid, each gesture a release of the burden she had carried. Time slipped away, the night stretching into eternity, as stories unfurled with every beat, every breath. The other tribe watched, faces shifting from skepticism to intrigue, the shadows of doubt retreating, if only for a moment. The lines between them blurred, woven together by the fabric of shared experience, the flicker of understanding igniting like a flame. And in that moment, something shifted, an ethereal connection forged in the heat of their stories, trembling under the weight of their truths. Anya felt her voice rise, the words pouring from her like a river, unfiltered and alive. I remember, she began, weaving memories of laughter, of loss, of everything that had brought them to this precipice. I remember when the world was vast and the stars were close enough to touch, Eli continued, his voice rising and falling like the tide, drawing in the crowd as they leaned closer, captivated. I remember the tales my grandmother spun, of heroes and heartbreak, of everything that made us who we are. And as the night deepened, the stories flowed, raw and unyielding, each word a thread binding them together. Hearts beat in unison, fears stripped bare, hopes laid open like offerings to the skies. But shadows lingered, whispers of doubt creeping back, the weight of history pressing down, a reminder that this moment was fragile, fleeting. The uncertainty hung heavy, a specter hovering just beyond reach. Will this be enough? Anya thought, feeling the intensity of the moment. Would the power of their stories be enough to bridge the chasm that had stretched between them for so long? And as the final notes of their stories hung in the air, echoing amid the crackling fire and the twinkling stars, a new tension hung in the silence, a promise, a question, a challenge. The air thickened again, heavy with possibility, every heartbeat echoing into the night. The clock struck midnight, its chime echoing through the empty halls of the old library, the sound so hollow it almost seemed to mock the silence. I stood in the center of the room, surrounded by shadows and dust motes dancing in the moonlight. A book lay open before me, its yellowed pages whispering secrets of the dead. Legends of the afterlife dripped from the ink like blood from a fresh wound. I could almost feel the weight of their despair, their hopes, their unanswered questions pressing down on me, and within that moment, my heart raced with a cocktail of fear and curiosity. Aria, clutching a worn-out notebook, stood just a breath away, her eyes wide with an intensity that could burn through stone. She was a storm, a tempest of emotions, desperate to cling to her past while the world around her twisted into shadows. They said he was taken by the lost ones, she murmured, the words barely escaping her lips. I could see the flicker of doubt in her eyes. Was she searching for truth or merely a way to escape the grief that threatened to consume her? Her brother had vanished weeks ago, leaving behind nothing but echoes, and now she clung to the idea that he wandered in some ghostly realm. Those stories only serve to scare children, I replied, but the tremor in my voice betrayed me. There's no truth in them. Just legends. Yet, a part of me was gripped by the allure of those very tales, clinging to the hope that if I could unearth the truth, it could somehow lead me to him. And then there was Elias, the historian with a heart tangled in academia and a mind racing with doubt. He hovered in the corner, pacing like a caged animal, his fingers twitching with anxiety. Legends are what we make of them, he interjected, his voice sharp like the crack of thunder. They shape our understanding of life and death. Your brother is somewhere, perhaps in the embrace of the afterlife, perhaps not. But we owe it to him, to ourselves, to understand. His passion ignited a fire within me, a flicker of defiance against the chilling void that sought to swallow our certainties whole. The atmosphere thickened, suffocating in its intensity. Shadows twisted and curled around us, almost whispering our fears back to us. I could feel the weight of time pressing against my chest. How many souls had come before us, searching for answers in the dark? I could almost hear their cries mingling with the rustling pages, their stories woven into the very fabric of our existence. I remember the stories my grandmother told me, Aria breathed, her voice trembling as she recalled the warmth of faded memories. The ones about the afterlife, about the spirits that lingered, waiting for a chance to speak. I thought they were just tales to keep us in line, but now, her voice faltered, and I could see the shadows of despair creep into her heart. She was losing her grip on reality, and I feared what would happen if the legends took hold of her completely. Elias leaned in, his voice low, a conspiratorial whisper. But what if they aren't? What if they are a warning? A way to preserve the essence of those who've passed? It's our duty to keep their stories alive. He paused, his gaze piercing. It's all we have left, isn't it? The question hung in the air, thick and suffocating, laden with the weight of our shared grief. Time twisted like a serpent, wrapping around us, squeezing tighter. I could sense the impending confrontation, the emotional climax that lay just beyond our reach. Would we tear down the fabric separating us from the truths we feared, or would we be consumed by the shadows that cloaked our hearts? In the silence that followed, I closed my eyes, and the darkness surged, threatening to engulf me. Memories of laughter, of warmth, of life, flashed before me like lightning. But beneath it all lay an ache, a hollowness that echoed louder than any heartbeat. I was terrified. Terrified of the unknown. Terrified of confronting what lay beyond the veil. Look! Arya's voice broke through my spiraling thoughts, sharp and clear, as she pointed to the book before us, glowing in the moonlight. There's a passage, the one about the bridge between worlds. It says those who seek truth must face their fears. Her eyes glinted with fervor, but I could see the panic lurking behind the passion. Elias stepped forward, almost protective, yet there was an air of uncertainty in him. It's a myth, a tale to keep the curious at bay. The afterlife is not a place to enter lightly. Maybe it's not about entering, I whispered, the thought piercing through my confusion. Maybe it's about understanding what we leave behind. The room trembled around us as if the very walls were alive, echoing our fears, our hopes, our relentless pursuit of understanding. Shadows flickered like ghosts, whispering warnings, but still, we pressed forward. Hope and despair entwined within us, an unbreakable bond. As the clock chimed again, 1, 2, 3, I felt the looming confrontation, the reckoning with the legends of the afterlife that had shaped our lives. The air crackled with tension, and I could feel the echoes of generations past, their stories begging to be told, their legacies yearning for preservation. I remember, I spoke softly, my voice almost lost in the storm of emotion swirling around us. I remember the stories that haunt us, that give us life beyond our years. They are not just tales, they are us. And as we stood together, a trio illuminated by the pale glow of the moon, I understood that the legends would not fade, nor would our stories be silenced. In the embrace of the unknown, we would fight to keep the memory alive, for therein lay our salvation, and perhaps, our very existence. The coyote howls, a sound that pierces the stillness of the night, echoing against the canvas of an endless sky, speckled with stars that flicker like ancient spirits whispering secrets. I remember that night, the chill of the air wrapping around my bones, the weight of memories clinging to me like a ghost I couldn't shake. Around the campfire, the shadows danced, casting flickering shapes that seemed alive, as if the very souls of our ancestors were joining us in our circle, their presence palpable, their lessons woven into the fabric of our being. Maya sat across from me, her face illuminated by the erratic flames, tears shimmering in her eyes like stars pulled from the sky. She was fighting a tempest within, struggling with the loss of her brother, a fierce warrior whose spirit now roamed the infinite wild. I don't understand, she whispered, the words trembling on her lips. Where did he go? What is the sky to him now? Those questions hung in the air, thick with grief and longing. Beside her, Tom sat, his fists clenched, the muscles in his jaw tight. He had always been the strong one, the protector, yet here he was, crumbling under the weight of what he couldn't control. He's everywhere now, he said, his voice strained, the firelight casting jagged shadows across his face. He's in the wind, in the rustle of the leaves, in the stories we tell. But his eyes betrayed him, glistening with the unshed tears of a man who had never learned to show weakness. I could feel the tension between them, a brittle line stretched taut by love and loss, by questions that had no answers. I remember the stories. They were woven into the very fabric of our lives, threads of belief that tied us to the cosmos. My grandmother would speak of the spirit world as if it were a place you could visit, a realm where the souls of our loved ones danced among the stars, where they continued their journey, just beyond our reach. Her voice would rise and fall like the wind through the pines, wrapping us in warmth while the reality of mortality chilled us to the bone. "They are never truly gone," she would say, her eyes reflecting the flicker of the fire. "They walk with us, breathe with us, always." But what did that mean when faced with the stark reality of death? What comfort is there when the heart aches for the warmth of a hand that will never again clasp yours? I felt the tremor in Maya's breath, the sorrow that seeped from her skin, as if the very air around us were heavy with her grief. In that moment, the boundary between life and death felt impossibly thin. Tom glanced at Maya, a deep ache in his chest, a yearning to pull her from the darkness threatening to engulf her. He wouldn't want this, he urged, his voice low and fierce. He would want us to live, to celebrate, but the words fell flat, muffled by the enormity of loss. Her gaze flickered away, lost in the shadows that had suddenly grown long and foreboding. "How do you celebrate a life that's been snuffed out?" she countered, her voice breaking like a twig underfoot. The crackle of the fire filled the silence, but it was a hollow sound, echoing in the void between us. I could feel the tension climaxing, a churning storm of emotions threatening to spill over. The flames danced higher, casting fleeting images of the past, the laughter, the shared stories, the moments that had once sparkled with life. And then came the inevitable pull of despair, like a tide dragging them away. In that moment, I saw the shadows shift, the ghost of a memory, perhaps, or a fleeting glimpse of what we feared the most. I remember the elders speaking of the spirit journey, a path lined with the memories of all who had come before, each step echoing with the laughter and tears of generations. What if the journey was not just for the dead, but for the living as well? A reminder that we carry our loved ones in our hearts, through every joy, every sorrow, every moment of our existence. Maya's breath hitched, and I could almost sense the walls around her heart begin to crack. "What if he's out there, waiting for us?" she murmured, a flicker of hope igniting in her eyes, battling against the engulfing darkness. "What if he wants to tell me something?" Her voice trembled, but there was a steely resolve beneath the surface. The air thickened with unspoken words, with the weight of feelings too profound to articulate. Tom reached for her, his fingers brushing against her arm, a lifeline thrown in turbulent waters. "Then we need to listen," he said, his voice steady now, a beacon of strength. "We need to remember him, not with sorrow, but with love. We breathe for him, we live for him." There was a fire igniting in his words, a spark that ignited the night, fueling an unbreakable bond forged through shared grief. I felt it too, the undeniable truth that afterlife beliefs had shaped us, had wrapped around our spirits like the very stars that guided our ancestors. They were not just stories told around the fire, they were the lifeblood coursing through our veins, giving us strength to face the darkest of nights. As the coyote howled again, a haunting melody, I understood we were not alone in this struggle. The spirits were with us, entwined in our stories, our hearts, our very existence. And so, the night unfolded, a tapestry of emotions woven into the shadows. The fire glowed brighter, illuminating the path we walked together, step by step, word by word, heart to heart. There was fear and heartbreak, yes, but also an overwhelming sense of connection, a profound understanding that we were part of something greater. Every heartbeat echoed with the legacy of those who had come before, resonating with the unyielding belief that love transcends time, that our souls are eternal. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight sliced through the darkness, painting the world in shades of gold. I saw Maya and Tom, two souls forever transformed by grief, yet standing strong together, the bond between them unbreakable. I felt a deep sense of peace wash over me, an understanding that the journey continues, intertwining us with the spirits of the past and guiding us into a future steeped in love and remembrance. The legacy of afterlife beliefs in Native American cultures isn't just a tale of sorrow, it's a celebration of life, a testament that echoes through the ages. It reminds us that while our bodies may fade, our spirits are eternally, a cycle unbroken, a dance of shadows and light. And with every breath, every heartbeat, we continue to write our stories, forever bound by the love that connects us all.